Chapter 684. Lionel let out a roar. In a blink, his body was covered in a sparkling black light. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded as he snapped his neck to one side, feeling the searing pain of the crimson beam flying just by his ear. Lionel breathed heavily, a hint of fear causing his heart to palpitate. If it wasn't for the fact he had built the space element into his magic core, allowing him to coat his body in the force element and forcefully shatter the oryx's bind on him, he really might have died just then. Lionel realized at that moment that these two oryxes alone were far beyond his means to battle. Hoping to stall them with his terrain advantage was nothing more than a pipe dream. If he wasn't careful, it would be him who would be played with to death. Whether it was a lineage factor or an ability didn't even matter right now. All that did matter was that they could and would kill him if he was the slightest bit careless. Lionel didn't wait for the oryx to be surprised that he had managed to break out of their pincer attack. With swift movements, he knocked the two arrows he had pulled out earlier. He rose into the skies, aiming downward and releasing. The two arrows spiraled out of each other's path before slamming into one another. Sparks flew, their trajectories snapping toward completely separate directions, both of which happened to be headed for one of the oryx each. The oryx didn't seem flustered by this in the slightest. One raised their halberd, the other raising their great sword. With swift, unhurried movements, they slashed outward. However, right then. Bang! The arrows exploded. It felt as though two red suns had suddenly appeared in the midst of the battlefield. For a moment, the world was dyed in crimson. The two oryx roared, all three of their eyes shutting under the assault. Lionel quickly landed on the top of the rock wall, his feet stamping down. In the blink of an eye, 4 passageways appeared all around the wall. "Hurry up!" Lionel shouted. The freshman recovered, scrambling to enter the wall. Lionel brandished his bow. Taking advantage of the temporary blindness of the two oryx, Lionel began to rain down arrows. The fur on their lower half provides a large boost to their defense. Their skin can be vulnerable. Aiming toward patches of skin without bone directly underneath is the most effective. Lionel managed to send 5 arrows toward each oryx, learning more and more with each strike. But, after a while he noticed that after being hit by his third arrow, the oryx quickly adapted. Even with their eyes closed, they began to dodge and block. Internal sight, Lionel sucked in a cold breath. He had to stop treating these oryx as though they were beasts. Not only did they have intelligence, but they seemed to have access to all the same network of abilities humans did. Lionel's own bias was thwarting his judgment. He had never interacted with other races of people before, but this should be enough to tell him the universe didn't play favorites. If anything, with how unlucky the oryx had been in having their home world taken over by humans, the universe would favor them just a touch more. How ironic. Lionel had just finished repelling an invasion of his own world, just to participate in the invasion of another. What kind of sick place was this dimensional verse exactly? They're already recovering. 7 seconds exactly. I'd be lucky to get even 3 if I managed to catch them off guard again. Lionel swept his senses over the youth. Though they were weak, if they couldn't cross a mere 10 meters with 7 seconds, a feat that even an injured mortal could manage, they would have never been admitted to Valiant Heart Mountain. Even with the jostling and fighting that was inevitable, the freshmen still all managed to cross the barrier in that time. Lionel shot another arrow, but this one flew right towards Seath. It landed right at the senior's feet, causing him to jump in a panic. "Let them in," Lionel said coldly, not even looking back. Seeing the over 70 freshmen who still remained and glancing toward Hallis who still had Aina's blade to his neck, Seath realized that it was a futile effort. Before anyone could react, he turned tail and ran into the tunnel. Lionel had said to let everyone in, but that didn't mean he was just going to stand there and accept his fate. From the way it looked, Lionel would be those two oryx's first target when they fully recovered. Maybe that would give him enough time to escape through the network of tunnels. He had to hurry. The freshman didn't have the time to mind at all, rushing into the tunnel after Seath. The only difference between this time and the last was that some actually looked back toward Lionel. This was already the second time Lionel had saved them all. If they couldn't at least realize this, they'd be subhuman. The dimensional verse may seem like an endlessly cruel place. But, in some small corners, there would always be kindness. If not, how could people have survived so long against the elements this world always threw at them? The freshman threw a look back toward Lionel and dashed into the tunnels, the image of him raining down arrows searing into their minds. Lionel's jaw remained clenched, his eyes growing colder and colder as he rained his arrows down, doing his best to distract the two. They haven't used their abilities ever since their eyes closed. It seems that they're reliant on their third eye being open. But, if I can predict when it will open and react first, Lionel's heartbeat grew steadier and steadier, his breathing and his release of his arrows sinking into one. Aina sent a worried glance up toward Lionel. Then, gritting her teeth, she too rushed into the tunnel. Chapter 685. Lionel's feet stamped down hard again. The wall thickened by a factor, and closed tight. He was limited in how far he could control Earth away from himself, so this was about the best he could do. But, this much should be enough. Lionel leapt backward. Reading his intention, little black star appeared on Lionel's head just as he casted, float. As expected, in a fifth-dimensional world, the act was even more difficult. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't get a boost because he hadn't added wind to his magic core. So, the best he could do was try to slow his fall by a large measure as he continued to fire arrows. Eventually, Lionel was no longer high enough in the air to fire his shots directly. Aiming into the sky, Lionel mooned several shots in a single volley. Pulling out another set of 6 arrows, he nestled 2 between every finger, sniping his moon shots down from the air. The 12 arrows rebounded off of each other, one set of 6 soaring higher into the air and another set of 6 plunging down like meteors. Those who could still see Lionel's marksmanship from within the tunnel felt as though they were seeing the work of a magician. It felt like Lionel's marksmanship wasn't limited by anything but his imagination. Was there nothing he couldn't do with a bow? Pung. 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 The oryx blocked the first rain, only to find that the arrows that had soared further into the skies had arched back down to aim right for them. It was as though they were being controlled like puppets on the ends of Lionel's fingers. Lionel landed on the ground, sliding back to the cave entrance. His pupils moved rapidly, scanning the force art Seath had left behind. It took him no more than a split second to understand it and point out several flaws. But, he simply didn't have the time to make it perfect. Bang! The walls began to quake. Despite being reinforced by Lionel, just a single strike from both oryx from completely opposing sides caused a gale of cracks to sweep through the whole structure. It looked as though it was a wall of partially cracked eggs rather than one of rock, stone, and earth. Lionel didn't even look back. He flipped his palm over, retrieving his favorite spear for these tasks. After all, it wasn't just useful for dissecting animal carcasses. Lionel felt it was unfortunate that the cave entrance itself was too sturdy for an elite grenade to work on it, or else he wouldn't have to do all of this. Bang! The wall collapsed. If Lionel deemed to look back at this very moment, he would see that the gaze of the great sword-wielding oryx had a straight line of sight to his back. But, as though he couldn't sense a thing, Lionel's arm finished the last of the force art at warp speed. At that moment, Lionel abruptly spun back, shooting another arrow aimed right for the oryx's eye. Enjoy being blinded again. The words reached the oryx's ears secretly. The moment he understood, his expression changed, his eyes closing and his great sword coming out to block. Lionel grinned and jumped into the open pit. Boom! 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 By the time the oryx realized it was just a normal arrow, the cave entrance had collapsed completely. Lionel sprinted down, a rain of rock and rubble collapsing around him and threatening his life. While Seath had been cautious to not put too much power into the force art so as not to destroy the tunnel, Lionel did no such thing. In fact, he put enough power in to collapse at least half of this entire tunnel. His reasoning was simple. He couldn't allow the oryx to dig through with too much ease. With how simple it had been for them to break down his reinforced wall, Digging through some rubble was child's play. Lionel didn't want to stop them, that was impossible. He just needed to delay them for 5 minutes, just 5 minutes would be enough. Lionel shot down the tunnel, leaving a trail of gold in his wake. Little Blackstar flashed to the side, skipping through the tunnel even faster than Lionel himself. Much further within the underground network, Seath burst into the small clearing that could house about 50. Compared to the freshman who had followed after him, especially since he had a few seconds of a head start, it was no surprise that he had gotten here so much sooner. Not only was he the only one of them familiar with the network, but he was a white belt. Plus, his explosive ability helped him with far more than just attack. He could also apply it to his internal force and his legs, boosting his speed to inhuman levels. Seath. Shut up. Shut up. Seath snapped, wheezing. That Lionel bastard came back after the Oryx came. I don't know if the tunnel has collapsed by now or not, but we need to go. There's a bunch of freshmen on the way here. Mia, Yako, and the others frowned deeply. I left them all far behind, but that masked girl took Alice hostage. They'll find their way here even without my guidance. The expressions of everyone changed. This was bad. They really hadn't expected things to develop this quickly. Their original intention was to leave more than just Seath and Alice behind, but who would have thought that the Oryx would come so quickly? Mia and Yako had barely gotten here to drop J-Lise and the others off when the commotion began. What should they do? In the tunnels, Senior Lu was running as fast as he could. But, the injury to his hip caused him to be far slower than he usually was. He had gone from being among the best of the freshmen, to lagging behind even the worst. Though his bone hadn't been injured, the skin and muscles had been. The fact he was moving his leg at all was a testament to just how much he wanted to live. At that moment, his thoughts weren't even filled with gratitude. And unlike most, he hadn't spared a single look back to Lionel. He just wanted to live. Senior Lu stumbled and fell, a strong wince coming from him as he struggled to pull himself up, running forward again. But, not long later, he fell once more. This time, however, it wasn't a coincidence. Senior Lu struggled to look up, only to find a masked and petite young lady standing over him with Alice's neck being squeezed between her fingers. He's too nice to kill you over just a few words, especially since he's using you anyway. But I'm not. Aina said plainly. No. Please. So, Aina's foot stamped down hard, squashing Senior Lu's head into meat paste. Lu's fingers twitched, his body seemingly not believing he had fallen even after death. Chapter 686. Aina turned away from the corpse, not making any attempts to hide it. Rather, she walked away and shook Alice awake. Even though she didn't care much about killing, she knew that even in its current state, Valiant Heart Mountain had rules against murdering fellow students. Since she still needed Alice and couldn't kill him as well, it was better if he didn't see anything, lest it be used against Lionel in the future. Aina was well aware that she was Lionel's only weakness in this place. If she thought about it, maybe the way Lionel had handled things up until now would have been completely different had she not been there, and maybe they wouldn't have been pushed into a corner. If Lionel heard Aina's thoughts, he would probably laugh. He had terrible luck with organizations. In his opinion, this would happen regardless of whether she was here or not. After all, she hadn't even been with him during his adventures with the Slayer Legion or Camelot. Thankfully Camelot was now a good ally of Lionel's, but the Slayer Legion remained in a gray zone while even Lionel didn't know whether he would be friends or enemies with Valiant Heart in the future. Sometimes, Lionel felt that his falling out with organizations was inevitable. When someone as talented as him joined an organization seemingly from nowhere, without the same foundations as the geniuses that they home grew, maybe his existence itself became contentious. Alice was shocked awake, feeling his throat being clamped down upon. He tried to gasp, but only managed to suck in half the air he would normally. The sudden change made him feel as though he was suffocating. He looked down in horror, only to find that it was a petite young woman a half head shorter than him who held him up like this. The fact that she was a freshman only made the feelings of humiliation all the worse. Hallis, though, had no choice but to swallow his pride. It only took Aina a single sentence for him to throw away any thoughts of subterfuge. I hope you remember that the Oryx are coming after us right now. So, if you don't lead well, I can guarantee that you'll be the first to die. If Aina had used petty tricks to subdue Hallis, he might be willing to pull some tricks anyway to find a means to escape. But, cold shivers traveled up his spine every time he remembered that bloody axe. He could only obediently do as he was told. It took Aina only a moment to catch up to the freshmen who were rushing down the tunnels aimlessly. Shaking her head, she shouted a few words about following her. As for those who went down wrong tunnels and would have to backtrack, they were on their own. If they were quick enough, they might still stand a chance. If not, it had nothing to do with Aina. She wasn't 100% certain on Lionel's plan. But, what she did know was that as long as half of them survived, it would be fine. She wouldn't go out of her way for such two-faced people. Lionel dashed down the tunnels. Despite seeing all the diverging paths, he didn't seem to hesitate in the slightest between which he chose. At that moment, though, he came to a grinding halt and sighed. You left this here on purpose, didn't you? Lionel shook his head. Reaching out a palm, he sent a blaze of fire downward, incinerating Senior Lu's corpse to ash. After forming his mage core, all of Lionel's elements fused with his body. A happy byproduct of this was the fire element Lionel could cast, gaining a very small Scarlet Star Force character. Something like incinerating a fourth-dimensional entity's body to ash like this would have been impossible for him in the past without using his Scarlet Star Force. But now, it was just a casual wave of his palm. If Lionel's mage core progressed enough and his body became a better vessel for flames, he might even be able to make use of his innate force node far ahead of time. Lionel was about to walk away when he suddenly found a ring lying on the ground. By its placement, Lionel deduced that it had likely been hanging around Senior Lu's neck. It shouldn't be surprising that a piece of refined metal survived an incineration, but Lionel had purposely put enough strength into his flame that this shouldn't have been possible. Even a Tier 6 treasure should have been melted completely through even if it wasn't turned to ash. Lionel bent down and picked up the ring, rolling it between his fingers. Surprisingly, it didn't seem to be a spatial ring. At the very least, Lionel's probes didn't find a hidden space within. However, what his internal sight did find were countless small etchings he couldn't perceive with his eyes nor his touch. The instant Lionel noticed this, he was reminded of his basement. His father had placed such small etchings on the door handle as a small test before he entered. This was only the second time Lionel was seeing such a method. Was it just a coincidence? Or was this ring on the level of what his father would find fascinating? Lionel definitely decided that he should ask the dictionary about this, but now obviously wasn't the time. He didn't think that this Senior Lu would ever have something so interesting on him. At that moment, the very face-off the seniors had wanted to avoid was occurring. Aina stood with an unconscious Hallis in one arm and her axe in the other. To her back, there were over 20 freshmen, and the number was still steadily growing. On the other side, the few seniors who had still not been able to decide what they should do stood. However, their numbers weren't small either. The four watching the cave entrance were just the tip of the iceberg. In the mining tunnels themselves, they had numbers approaching 30, and that didn't even include the addition of Jalis, Henoran and Balthorn who had seemingly finally woken up. It was during this very face-off that Lionel finally caught up. His appearance, though, only made the seniors' expressions turn even more sour. While for the freshmen, it was the exact opposite. Chapter 687. Lionel's lip twitched when he saw Hallis being treated like a strung-up chicken in Aina's hand. It took all the willpower he could muster not to laugh. It really was too much seeing a grown man being treated like this. However, with how serious the situation was, he still managed to keep his calm. What he was surprised about, though, was the fact that these so-called seniors had actually not left already. The underground network of mines of this world were impossibly vast. From Lionel's understanding, there were even some mine tunnels that could be followed from one end of the world to another. This was considered to be the special quirk of this world that was more than 90% land. The vast majority of mine tunnels, though, had a span of a few tens of kilometers. But this was more than enough for an escape, especially since the oryx saw in infrared. Infrared couldn't see through polished, shining, and cool surfaces. So, what better place would there be to hide if not a mine of ores? It could be said that as soon as they made it here, they had a better than 70% probability of surviving until morning and making it to the mountain pass. This was why the actions of the seniors were just that much more selfish. Though it was true that more people would leave more traces and leave a longer trail to be followed, and more people would also make hiding far more difficult should it become necessary, even with all of that factored in, there was a still better than 60% probability that they would survive to the end of this. Still, this only made the fact that these seniors hadn't left yet all the more surprising. How did they get caught up here? Seeing the looks on their faces, though, Lionel concluded that they definitely didn't mean for this to happen. They had been caught off guard by the timing and speed of everything. To make matters worse, they were still arguing about which path they should be taking and how best to handle the situation. Some of them thought that hiding was still best. The creatures in these tunnels were no joke and only became worse the further you traveled. Something like trying to find another exit was something they had never tried before and would obviously require traveling quite far into this danger zone. The opposing side was against hiding. As dangerous as these creatures were, could they be more dangerous than the oryx? Waiting like sitting ducks and hoping they wouldn't be found was ridiculous, especially since it wasn't like the oryx would just give up in the morning. These tunnels were a disadvantage to the oryx in the night. But, in the morning, it ironically became an advantage to them. It was far better for their hunt to take place in the dim lights of the tunnels as opposed to the bright lights of the sky. Unfortunately, before they could settle their argument, Aina's speed had caught them completely off guard. It should have taken a normal freshman 2 or 3 minutes to get here, even if they went all out. Yet, Aina had gotten here barely a minute after Seath, and that was even including the time she spent killing Senior Lu. Lionel grasped the entire situation with a look. Seeing that a stalemate was suddenly at hand, he saw that another opportunity had fallen right into his lap. His expression darkened. Why haven't you all left? It can't be that you still plan to deal with us? And you call yourselves seniors? Lionel's words placed the freshmen even more on guard. If they planned on using the freshmen as bait to lure the oryx away, it would be too difficult for them to resist. If not for Lionel and Aina, even if they outnumbered the seniors, they really didn't stand a chance. Mia and the others frowned. However, they soon sneered, feeling that they had nothing to fear. Even if Aina and Lionel could beat them one-on-one, they outnumbered the two of them and the other freshmen were nothing but cannon fodder. If you dare to follow us, don't blame us for being rude. Mia said coldly. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Even those who had sided with hiding knew that it was impossible now. With all these freshmen here, their only chance at survival was to run. But the freshmen seemed to take things the hardest. Even up until this point, their so-called seniors still refused to raise a single helping hand. In fact, they would be fools if they didn't realize that the earlier words they had spoken about letting them into the mine was nothing but garbage. They always meant to let them all die from the very beginning. I think that's about enough for now. Lionel thought to himself. Aina threw Hallis over to them, not flinching as he tumbled to the floor. A clear line of division was drawn between the freshmen and seniors, the atmosphere not vanishing even after the white belts had disappeared down their own path. Though the seniors had gone, though, there was no sense of relief amongst the freshmen. The seniors knew everything about the tunnels, but they knew next to nothing. Wouldn't they end up walking around aimlessly until they were found by the oryx and died? Lionel let the atmosphere stew for a while, keeping a pensive expression on his face. How did you catch up to us so fast? The sudden voice made Lionel smile. He couldn't help but grab onto Aina's small hand and squeeze it a bit. How? I just followed the smell of apple. Aina was speechless. Are you a dog or something? Lionel grinned but didn't respond. He had learned long ago that internal sight was just an extension of his senses. Whether it be sight, touch, or hearing, he could do it all. In the past, he refused to do this because he had been traumatized by some terrible smells. The potency of smelling with your nose versus your internal sight were on two completely different levels. But, luckily, his anus smelled quite pleasant. Lionel saw the festering atmosphere of the freshmen and finally felt that it was time. It's been about 4.5 minutes since the tunnel collapsed. The oryx should almost be through. Now is the best time. All right, everyone, I will lead you out. Lionel said confidently. What no one expected was for Lionel to actually succeed. Just a few hours later, the group found themselves above ground again. But, this time, right before them all, there was a mountain pass they had been thinking of even in their dreams. Lionel's gaze flashed with a dangerous light. No one seemed to know how much he had accomplished in just his first mission outing but himself and Aina. He would quite enjoy watching Hero Peak and its allies crumble bit by bit. Chapter 688. The freshmen who followed behind Lionel felt as though they were walking into a paradise. After so long without seeing the sky, they realized how much they had taken something so simple for granted. Still, what they were the most shocked about was the fact that they had actually made it out at all. After the seniors left, many of them had been thrown into the pits of despair. Though Lionel had managed to lead them to the mine itself, following underground tunnels was a completely different animal, and there were even many times they thought it was all over. Yet, Lionel had actually succeeded. And, to make matters even more shocking, despite running into several enemies below, the grenades Lionel had given them were just strong enough to kill them without also bringing the tunnels crumbling down around them. By this point, many looked toward Lionel's back with hints of worship, even Inkith and Irelana were no exception. Hey! You lot! What the hell are you doing here? Lionel inwardly smiled, thinking that yet another group of King of Or's guards were going to get in their way. What the group of freshmen following behind Lionel didn't know was that he had been confident in leading them out because he had seen Sarioth's network of mines. Though that map hadn't had the underground tunnels marked on them, Lionel was able to deduce which might be connected based on the ores they produced and their proximity. From the very beginning, Lionel knew he would be able to find a path out even if it took some trial and error. However, for the first time, Lionel was surprised to find that his deduction was wrong. What he found weren't the guards of the King of Or's faction, but rather a group of blue belts who still had their former Peak emblems on their person. From Lionel's understanding, they were from Loyal Peak. But, after scanning the situation, he realized that it didn't matter much. The group was now so close to the mountain pass that it was within eyeshot. But, compared to the past when there might have been just a few groups traveling up and down the path, it was now flooded with activity. In truth, the number of people here now was so large that it was surprising that their group was noticed at all. It could only be said that these patrolling seniors were on high alert. Recovering quickly, Lionel explained the situation. We were on a mission when we ran into a pair of Titan hyenas and their oryx partners. We were lucky to escape through the mine tunnels and make it here. As expected, the blue belts didn't seem surprised by the mention of the oryx. Rather, they were surprised that a group of freshmen actually managed to make it so far. This alone made the reason for the hustle and bustle of the mountain pass obvious. It seemed that the news of oryx activity had finally made it back to the organization. The reason the seniors were shocked was because many had already signed off all the freshmen in the area to death after receiving reports of where the oryx had targeted. Never did they imagine that not only would some survive, but that there would actually be so many of them. The blue belt at the helm took a deep breath. Since that's the case, it will likely be necessary for you to answer some questions about your experiences. Lionel nodded. Understood. My name is Garlando, it'll take you all to be processed. We've got some new procedures now, so bear with it, please. Lionel looked back at the group and nodded. Garlando was a bit surprised to find that every single one of these freshmen was looking toward Lionel as though to seek approval. Was his word as a senior not enough? What was going on here exactly? Shaking his head, Garlando didn't have the time to mind this. These freshmen were the first to come back after having contact with the oryx. If not for this, how could he be so polite to a group of black belts? Even as Garlando shrank to his own thoughts, Lionel had also done the same. There's definitely more security issues to deal with in an era of abilities. Their caution makes sense. Who knows if one of the Oryx awakened a disguising ability or not? The group was quickly led away, having no idea the kind of commotion their returns would cause. Lionel was separated from the group. In fact, they all were. It wouldn't be much of an interrogation if they were all kept together. Still, Lionel wasn't very worried. He sat silently, a light smile on his face as the dim lights of the interrogation tent flickered. His mind, finally free from having to account for the safety of over 70 individuals, began to work on other matters. As far as he was concerned, they could take their time. Lionel's mind focused on his mage core. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead right now, HM? Lionel shook his head. That close call with death was still fresh in his mind. Sometimes his infallible memory was a good thing. But, in regards to things like this, it definitely wasn't. What if the Oryx's ability was like little Nana's and not space-based? Would he still have been able to escape? Lionel really didn't want to think about it, but with his speed of thought, he always seemed to circle back to it. This was the first time in a long time Lionel had felt this way. He gained so much strength day by day, improving in hours what it would take others months to accomplish, so the fear of death had been slowly washed away. But, this wasn't because he had become braver. It was rather just a confidence in his own strength. This, however, was most definitely a rude awakening. Hours later, the flaps of the tent finally moved as 3 figures walked in. One was an elder Lionel recognized, that old man who oversaw the freshman exam, the one Hephaestus called Elder Tobies. As for the other 2 old men, Lionel didn't recognize them. But, they both wore red belts just like Tobies did. The 3 sat down across from Lionel without a word of introduction and got right to it. How did you survive? Chapter 689. Lionel smiled. Luck? Though Lionel had said this lightly, the elders didn't seem to find it very funny. Even Elder Tobies, one of the few Lionel had seen that weren't so uptight, wasn't very moved. But, this only made sense. Valiant Heart Mountain was already in a terrible situation even long before the Oryx made such a move. Now they felt as though they were being pincered from all sides. For these elders, it must have felt like watching their legacies crumble before them all in real time. How could they be in the mood for jokes? As much as these elders wanted to believe that so many freshmen could survive, they had already prepared themselves to be wiped out completely. But now, instead of being pleasantly surprised, they were just skeptical. And, after interrogating all of the freshmen about what happened, it all seemed to revolve around this one young man. Lionel sighed when he saw such a scene. I'm a force crafter who has a high affinity for metal and whose ability happens to be a sensory type. Finding mines and navigating them is probably what I'm best at. Lionel's reply was straight to the point. The elders looked toward one another. This matched up with pretty much everything they knew. The elder who sat to Toby's right scanned Lionel up and down, his eyes blazing with a peculiar light. Your explanation sounds perfect, but I still have some questions. Lionel met this elder's gaze. What happened with your seniors? My seniors? Lionel sneered. If you can even call them that. They were directly responsible for several deaths and separated from us after we entered the mine tunnels. In order to avoid the breakout of another fight, we had no choice but to not follow them as they asked. So your seniors abandoned you in a crisis, yet you were still able to leave before them? Despite having to protect more than 70 other freshmen? Does that make sense even to you? Oh. Then what do you think happened? It wouldn't be the first time someone took credit for something they had no hand in. The elder replied plainly. It also wouldn't be the first time some with less than optimal motives used outside help to become more storied and hallowed than they should be. I see. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, I guess. Lionel replied. It would probably be up to you, then, to prove that I colluded with the Oryx to leave safely. If that's all, they'll be leaving now. Lionel stood and stretched his back, feeling a satisfying crack. Did we say you could leave? Nope, you didn't. Lionel waved goodbye and walked out of the tent. That snot-nosed brat. Heinla grit his teeth. All right. Elder Toby stopped the elder before he could blow his top. We have certain rules we need to follow too, Heinla. Toby's could tell that Lionel lost patience almost as soon as the line of questioning began. The truth was that Heinla had an excellent interrogation ability. But, in order to hide this truth, he often asked questions he didn't need to. Somehow, Lionel had seen right through this and knew that the main bulk of the interrogation was complete. This alone proved two things: one, that Lionel's ability was indeed sensory, and two, that it was even powerful enough to see through elders on their level. After that point, Lionel truly didn't have anything left to prove. Though his leaving was a bit rude, wasn't treating him like a traitor when they mostly confirmed that he wasn't also rude? Especially since Lionel had to put his life on the line to gain the results he had? Fine. These brats are getting worse and worse every generation. I can't stand any of them. Heinla snapped. Despite his words, he didn't seem intent on going to make trouble for Lionel. Toby smiled bitterly. We're getting old. It's best that we just let the younger generation take over now. That Raylion brat is too full of himself, and now it's getting contagious. He didn't even care for the opinions of any of us old-timers before he flipped years of foundations on its head. Now look at the fucking result. At any other time, would there have been so many freshmen out doing missions? If it wasn't for the rule changes, they wouldn't have been in the line of danger at all. Fuck, we should interrogate that Raylion little brat too and see if he's the one colluding with those foul-smelling bastards. The third elder, who had remained silent until now, chuckled. All right. We should be happy that he cut things short. There's something far more important to turn our attention to. The elders all became serious at once. That's right. Toby's gaze sharpened. Of the more than 30 freshmen who died on their journey here, half of them were actually killed by their fellow seniors. The punishment must be swift and harsh. In these times, if we aren't united, we are finished. The two elders remained silent. Clearly, they were all in agreement. At that moment, the flaps opened to reveal a familiar blue belt youth. Elders, there's movement. The seniors you were looking for just entered the mountain pass. But, of the more than 30 of them there were, only about 10 remain. Elder Heinla practically growled out his next words. Arrest them all. Lionel stepped onto the mountain pass to find a sight that left him pleasantly surprised. At first, he had thought that only Aina would be waiting for him after so long. But, to his surprise, all more than 70 of the freshmen were also waiting. The moment the youths laid eyes on Lionel, they sighed a collective breath of relief. Though they didn't say anything, the gratitude in their eyes was clear. Lionel couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he felt such a feeling. He had almost forgotten how good it was. I've begun to commission artwork for DD on my Instagram. Just posted one of the oryx. Check it out at auspec_ on Instagram, mind the underscore. Chapter 690. Valiant Heart Mountain was on high alert. The sudden attack of the oryx turned out to not just be restricted to their secret deployment into the deep regions of the organization. Not only had they done this, but the oryx tribe simultaneously launched an all-out offensive on the front lines, reaping even the lives of some blue belt seniors. The territory between Valiant Heart and the oryx tribe had always been a contentious region, making it one of the most dangerous places to accept a mission, though it likewise had the best rewards. However, it hadn't been this bad in a very long time. According to the experts of Valiant Heart, it seemed that the oryx had sensed their weak and vulnerable position and began to counter. At least that was what they believed. However, Lionel was of a differing opinion. He believed that even if Valiant Heart was in its peak state, this would still happen. The oryx had been gathering up momentum for a long time, and their period of hyper-evolution was finally reaching a tipping point. It could only be said that Valiant Heart had terrible luck. Not long after separating with the freshmen, Lionel and Aina headed toward Valiant Hall to hand in their missions. With his planning, Lionel wouldn't allow such a small speed bump to disrupt his goals. Over the course of the next year or so, he had to be perfect, not giving outsiders any angle of attack. With this meant that even if he was being hunted down by Oryx, he still had to complete all the missions he had accepted. Surprisingly, at least in this case, it was easier than it seemed to be. With the frenzied nature of the beasts, clearing them out became easier only because they were also easier to find in such a state. Thanks to this, the couple managed to hit their quotas with ease. There was no surprise that the students working as receptionists for the revamped Valiant Hall were in shock. But, without a choice, they could only hand over the merits Lionel had earned. All that work for just 2,000 merits. Lionel sighed. Though it had taken him a month of work to earn just over 10,000 merits before, whereas this was just a matter of 3 days, one had to consider that Lionel had yet to sell all of the crafts he made during that month. Had he would have been drowning in merits by now. But, he had Raylion to thank for the reason he wasn't. Aina smiled and shook her head. Lionel was acting even now and she found it very amusing. She hadn't known that he could get so engrossed in a role like this. Even after crippling King of Or's faction like he just had, and even having them arrested to be tried and punished, he still had the cheek to complain. He was definitely becoming more and more of an evil villain. Look at you, Lionel pouted, laughing at my pain. Where's the moral support? You can find it the same place you picked up this shamelessness. Yip. Yip. Little Blackstar called out in agreement. Lionel burst into a fit of laughter. He really was in a good mood. He wondered what kind of face Seraph would have when he realized what happened. It took everything in him not to walk around with a grin as wide as the gap between his ears. Since that's out of the way, what say you we become white belts? I'm a bit tired of this color, don't you think? It's lacking in fashion. Aina rolled her eyes. She would never understand Lionel's fascination with cool clothing. If it was up to her, she'd wear the same military uniform every day. She didn't like Valiant Heart's uniform very much at all. It left her feeling too exposed. Okay. Still, she agreed. If not for Lionel, she would have promoted long ago. But, after seeing the haul he got from his patients, she couldn't be too mad at it. The couple made their way deeper into Valiant Hall. In the past, white belt exams would take place in one's individual peaks. However, with the advent of the new system, it all took place with Valiant Hall as a central hub. Now, the peaks were basically just training centers one had to exchange merits to use. Unsurprisingly, Hero Peak had the most expensive training facilities. But, Lionel didn't expect anything different from them. Hello, would like to take the white belt exam. The exams took place on the second floor of Valiant Hall, so it hadn't taken the couple long to reach this place. There were a sparse few black belts hanging around, seemingly waiting for their exams as well. A man with a dead look in his eyes looked upward. All right. He replied blandly. The exam will begin in 10 minutes. Lionel and Aina accepted their plaques and registered themselves. The man with the dead look gave them a weird expression when he noticed that they had been here for less than 2 months. Were they only here to get humiliated? Please note that it is only possible to take the white belt exam once every 6 months. If you fail now, you have no choice but to wait. Lionel and Aina nodded, not taking this advice very seriously. Toward this, the man could only shake his head and go back to staring into space. He had already said more than he usually did in a whole week. Aina? The voice interrupted the couple before they could even find a place to sit. Lionel looked up to find a group of 4 walking before them, 3 of which were men and the last of which was a woman. The woman especially caught Lionel's attention not because she was beautiful, but rather because she had an odd nose-shaped contraption over her own. It didn't take long for Lionel to notice that their belts still held the Hero Peak emblem. By then, it was easy for him to deduce how they might have known Aina. But, he really couldn't understand why they were looking at him like he was some sort of zoo animal. He was only holding his girlfriend's hand. Did he do anything worth such a reaction? Chapter 691. What Lionel didn't know was that his action of holding Aina's hand alone was more than enough to be looked at in this way. During her time on Hero Peak, Aina hadn't just been learning a new profession, she spent just as much time training her body as she always did. She completely engrossed herself in improving, which was why she actually didn't notice how much time had passed until she realized she had missed a call from Lionel. In the span of that time, Aina broke no small number of freshman records. Even those Raylion had held had been obliterated. If it wasn't for the fact Hero Peak was such a closed-off community of elites, Aina would have caused an uproar that swept through the entirety of Valiant Heart. That said, an uproar did happen. It was just that this commotion was concentrated between the walls of Hero Peak. The main issue was that Aina seemed to be completely closed off from everyone else, especially men. There were rumors that she had come to Valiant Heart with a boyfriend, but after observing her for a while, many of them had concluded that that was bullshit. Now, though, running into Aina after she had disappeared for more than a week, only to find her holding the hand of a man they didn't even recognize, how could they not be shocked? It seemed that Hero Peak was even more closed off than they knew. Even as freshmen, they actually had no idea about Leo the Cuck. But, if one knew anything about the culture of ultra-elite circles, this made sense. In the past, white belt exams had to be taken within one's peak. One can easily guess, then, that different peaks had different standards. Becoming a white belt from Hero Peak was far more difficult. Due to this, an intense competitive environment was brewed. Most freshmen of Hero Peak spent years keeping their head buried in their training before they could burst out with all their potential at once. The freshmen of Hero Peak were much like the elders of Valiant Heart in that way, having no idea about such petty squabbles. Lionel smiled and looked toward Aina. "Are these your friends?" Aina opened her mouth to respond but didn't quite know how to. Friends? They were at most acquaintances. The young woman with the odd nose contraption hopped forward and grabbed Aina's arm between her hands and breasts. "Aina, why didn't you tell me you had a boyfriend? Are you hiding all the good men to yourself? This is too unfair." Aina was speechless. She couldn't even think of a response before the young lady continued. "You wouldn't mind sharing, right?" The young lady fluttered her lashes, taking long, sweeping glances at Lionel. "You can't keep such a boy toy to yourself." Lionel didn't know whether he should laugh or not. Clearly, these few had misunderstood their relationship. But, in their minds, this was the only thing that made sense. A member of Hero Peak picking someone who hadn't even joined a peak yet was quite ridiculous. What else could Lionel be if not a boy toy to relieve some stress? Though there was a stigma around it, there were no shortage of women who simply didn't care about the opinions of others, and this was especially so if these women were very strong. Aina happened to have both the uncaring personality and the strength, so this seemed like the logical conclusion. "Unfortunately, yes. I mind," Aina said coldly, slipping out of the young lattice embrace and grabbing Lionel's hand to walk away. The group was stunned for a moment before one of the boys burst out into a fit of laughter. "Greta, it seems you won't be getting a taste." Greta's expression warped. She hadn't really wanted a taste of Lionel, she cared too much about her reputation. In truth, she only wanted to ingratiate herself with Aina a bit. Who wouldn't want a relationship with such a genius? But, she hadn't expected it to backfire like this. "Whatever. I would much rather focus on my strength than whoring myself out." She ground her teeth in spite. "It seems like he's taking the white belt exam too," one of the boys said curiously. Upon hearing this, they froze for a moment. They had never heard of someone taking the white belt exam before even joining a peak. At that moment, a light ding noise sounded. "The exam will begin now. All those who have registered, please proceed to room 2A." Among the group of 4, the young man who originally called out to Aina remained silent, his eyes never leaving Lionel's back. "Edmorn, snap out of it. If we're late, it'll count as a fail and we'll have to wait another 6 months." The young man seemed to awaken at these words. Right, soon, the group had entered the spacious room. Looking around, aside from the 6 of them, there were about 10 others, leaving the total number of participants at just under 20. The room was bland. The floors, walls and ceiling were all covered by large 1 by 1 meter black-gray tiles. There didn't seem to be anything special about it to a layman. But, to one with sharp senses, it was possible to feel a subtle and unique flow of energy. The exam requirements are more stringent than they have been in the past. A lazy voice suddenly played and completely filled their surroundings. Now, more than ever, what is most important is your strength. In addition, the requirements for passing are no longer summarized into a single line. Rather, you will be graded on a curve. Of the 18 of you here, only 4 will be allowed to pass regardless of your performance. The crowd was stunned. What Lionel and Aina didn't know was that they had happened to stumble into just the 3rd white belt exam that had taken place. These new rules had thus yet to become public knowledge. It seemed that Valiant Heart was doing its best to increase the quality of its students. Now, we will begin the first round. Chapter 692. In the past, in order to become a white belt, one needed to reach a Tier 4 standard. But, judging by the words of the lazy, omnipresent voice, there was no longer such a clear dividing line. If they wanted to become white belts, they would have to place in the top 4 overall by the end of these rounds, or else they would have to wait for another half year. The first round will be a test of reflexes. Begin. The youths looked around in confusion. They had heard of this test of reflexes before, well, assuming it was still the same considering this generic name. But, from what they knew, this test should have taken place one at a time. Why was it that the voice didn't pick out who should be going? Before any of them could figure out what was going on, the large gray tiles that made up the room pulsed with a dull ray of white light. They didn't have time to understand what this meant before several illusory balls appeared in the air, slowly growing solid. 3. 2. Everyone's pupils constricted at once. A mechanical voice reached 0 in its count and hell suddenly descended. The now solid balls shot in every which direction. 2 of the freshmen couldn't even react before these solid balls shot through their bodies. Their expressions changed. In that moment, it felt as though a large chunk of their force was suddenly ripped out of their bodies. The good news was that they weren't injured. But the bad news was that their stamina had suddenly been sapped away. Lionel took a casual step forward as a ball whizzed by his head. So this was what they meant by a test of reflexes, huh? Not only did they have to deal with these balls shooting toward them, but they would definitely have to keep an eye out for their fellow student as well. It was definitely not just out of the kindness of their hearts that lazy voice had made it clear that only 4 would pass. From the very beginning, they were pitted against each other. Lionel raised his foot. A solid ball shot beneath his sole, rebounding off of the ground and crashing toward the wall behind him. The room is a 20 by 20 by 20 meter cube. There are 18 of us in here and there are 100 moving balls the size of a head. They didn't set a timer and being hit doesn't seem to eliminate you. So I wonder what the grading criteria is. Lionel sent a gaze toward Aina. The control she had over her body was immaculate. Even though compared to Lionel, the time she was having was harder, it was still of incomparable ease if she was measured up against everyone else. There were only about 4 others who seemed to be taking this exam in stride. The weird nose contraption wearing Greta. The young man who had called out to Aina, Edmorn. And 2 other young men, one of which had a sword strapped to his back and the last of which insisted on dodging around with his hands in his pockets. Whether he wanted to look cool or if this was just his style, Lionel didn't particularly care. Unlike the others, Lionel hardly moved from his spot. The balls could only be obstructed by each other and the wall. Even when they ran through an examinee, they simply turned illusory for a moment while continuing at the same speed. Quite frankly, this exam was too easy for Lionel. With his ability, he could map out the trajectory for all 100 balls over the next several minutes. Then he could directly ignore the ones that wouldn't cross his path and mark out the ones that would. After that, it was a simple matter of knowing how the ball would attack him and dodging accordingly. However, it was then that the walls flashed again. The change was subtle, but Lionel's eyes narrowed. They increased the speed by 1%. My calculations are off. Lionel adjusted his simulations almost instantly. He took a step forward, sidestepped to the right, then went diagonally back to the left. In just a few breaths, he had dodged 5 balls and was back to standing exactly where he had been from the very beginning. It was only a subtle increase to Lionel, but when these balls had already been traveling at over 100 kilometers an hour, a 1% change was steep. A fourth-dimensional existence would only be able to reach such speeds in a third-dimensional world. In a fifth-dimensional world, however, even speed aces would struggle to touch such a level unless they were absolute geniuses. As a result, everyone in this room had to read and react long before the ball reached them, or else they would have no chance whatsoever. This 1% change caused enough of a shift that those that had been doing alright previously suddenly found themselves backed into a corner. The more they got hit, the greater the sap to their stamina was. Beads of sweat fell from their brows, their faces paling. As expected, once again, it was only those 4 aside from Lionel and Aina that seemed to be just fine with these changes. It was clear that Hero Peak was having an elite showing. At that moment, a youth who felt he was on his last legs roared in despair. Shooting forward, he tackled another youth that was nearby, tumbling onto the floor with him. In that instant, the youth and poor guy he tackled were run through by several of the balls, sapping all of their strength completely. The expressions of everyone changed. They had all known in the back of their minds that such a thing would happen eventually, but no one had known who the first person to act would be. Everyone looked around at each other warily, not wanting to be the next victim. But this split consciousness caused some to lose the focus that had kept them in it to this point. It was then that the lazy voice suddenly appeared once again. Round 1 completed. Round 2 commencing. Chapter 693. Lionel's brow raised. It was over? Just like that? There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. The balls only increased their speed just once. In addition, Lionel had started paying attention to who was getting hit and who was dodging after a while, but everyone other than the 6 of them seemed to have gotten hit at least 2 or 3 times. That meant, so it's based on elimination. Lionel looked toward the 2 youths too tired to even stand up. Their force had been completely run dry. The young man who had been tackled wanted to vent out his rage and unwillingness, but he couldn't do anything but glare and breathe heavily. Eventually, a flash of light sent both out of the room. As expected, they really were eliminated. This likely meant that these rounds would continue until there were just 4 remaining. If that's the case, depending on this next round, we can just end things early. This next round will test your strength. Begin. The walls flashed and all the balls suddenly vanished. With another subtle glow, numerous lights coalesced. This time, however, instead of forming balls, they began to form humanoid puppets. Lionel found that his soles were stuck to the tiles beneath his feet. He tried to lift his leg and found that it was an enormous task. Gravity? Magnetism? Lionel couldn't decide what it was. He didn't think it was gravity because though moving his legs was hard, the other parts of his body didn't feel heavy. As for magnetism, he might have been a man of metal, but everyone else seemed to be experiencing the same thing. It couldn't be that they were all metal men and women too, right? How could there be such a coincidence? What a weird phenomenon. Lionel found the balls that could sap energy to be quite fascinating. He could imagine how overpowered such a thing could be if it was an ability. But as broken as that ability seemed, if someone could make you suddenly magnetic to the ground beneath your feet mid-battle without any warning, how devastating would that be? Lionel couldn't help but wonder how these things worked. It made him realize that he should definitely be more eager to use Valiant Heart's training rooms. The puppet before Lionel suddenly threw out a punch. Reacting quickly, Lionel too threw out a punch, obliterating the puppet before him into motes of light. Lionel felt the magnetism at his feet disappear. But, before he could be confused, another puppet began to form. This time, he felt as though all the air in his surroundings had vanished, not allowing him to breathe in the slightest. The sudden change caught Lionel off guard, but it still took him just a single punch to eliminate the puppet before him. On the third, he felt like his skin was being seared in a vat of lava. On the fourth, he felt a chill down to his very bone. Is this a strength test, or an adaptation test? Lionel was so wowed by the changes that he completely forgot to end the exam early like he had wanted to. How this testing arena managed to cause so many changes in such a fine area was beyond Lionel. It was all the more shocking because Lionel knew how poor this organization's standard of force crafting was. It was impossible for them to create something like this. Second round concluded. Third round commencing. Huh. Lionel was caught off guard. Only then did he realize that he had gotten completely lost in his analysis. Maybe he liked force crafting for more than just defeating his father one day. He didn't even realize how ingrained it had become to his very being. 2 more youths who couldn't survive the round were suddenly teleported out. No, it wasn't 2, it was actually 6. Lionel raised his brows. It seemed that they had all fallen at the same stage, so they were taken out together. Some of them were convulsing, obviously still stuck in whatever harsh environment they had been feeling. Just like that, only 10 remained. This round will test your speed. Begin. Lionel's eyes flashed, his body instantly flickering to the side. A sharp silver dagger whizzed by him. Another dodging test? Lionel raised an eyebrow. But, he had hardly finished the thought when the dagger suddenly stopped midair, flipped backward, and headed for him again. Oh, Lionel rolled out of the way, narrowly dodging the dagger again. But, some others weren't lucky. This time, not only did they feel a piercing pain, freezing their nervous system for a moment, but their stamina and force was snatched away once again. The corners the dagger took to stab toward Lionel grew sharper and sharper. Eventually, it reacted so fast that Lionel didn't even have the option to stay in the same place. He swiftly dodged backward, the dagger bearing down on the tip of his nose. Lionel almost became cross-eyed trying to keep his gaze locked onto it. What a test. They want us to display this level of speed in a 20 by 20 meter room with 9 other competitors amongst us? The worst part is that they didn't even make any effort to separate out allies from one another, so there are most definitely people who will work together. Unless. If this was done on purpose, Lionel could see it having a potentially good effect. Teamwork was good for the sake of building the foundation of an organization. But, Lionel felt it would be better to promote this teamwork against their enemies, not their fellow students. The more Lionel thought about it, the more likely he felt it wasn't a coincidence that Hero Peak had sent exactly 4 to participate in this test. And it was most definitely not a coincidence that they had all come together at the very last minute, even later than he and Aina. Lionel sent a gaze over toward Aina. Considering her speed, he wasn't worried about her. What he was worried about though was. Lionel's eyes narrowed. Even without turning, he could feel that someone had targeted him from the back. Chapter 694. To Lionel's back, a lanky youth ran with all his might. He most definitely hadn't expected for the speed round to start at such a level. If things were like this, what would he do if the speed increased again like it had during the first round? It was already impressive enough for a 4th-dimensional existence like him to be able to walk around and run in a 5th-dimensional world like this one. But now they were most definitely asking for too much. I can't wait 6 months. I can't wait. The more pressure Valiant Heart was under, the more resources and opportunities they brought out for everyone. Lionel and Aina weren't aware of this yet since they had just come back, but even the tournament for entry into the Valiant Heart Zone had moved up. Not only this, but they were allowing far more students in now than they ever had in the past. But, the minimum requirement for entry into this tournament was to have a white belt. If he failed this time, there was no way he'd be able to join because by then, the tournament would have already passed. Due to all this mental pressure, the moment this youth saw Lionel's back flying toward him, a mad light radiated from his eyes. He didn't just need to survive. It was fine as long as he just outlasted everyone else. How could he pass up a chance to attack at someone's back? Unfortunately for this young man, Lionel's feet suddenly became wrapped in a beautiful golden sheen, causing his speed to grow explosively. In the blink of an eye, the dagger that had been at the tip of his nose was over a meter away from him. Lionel, as though he had eyes at the back of his head, flipped into the air, soaring over the head of the examinee, aiming for his back. The young man suddenly found himself pincered from both sides. His own dagger was still chasing him from behind while Lionel's own dagger bore down on him from the front. It was too late to dodge. The youth felt a sharp pain rip through his chest, causing his speed to falter. Just that small split moment allowed his own dagger to slice through his back, leaving him completely paralyzed. The twin spikes of pain left his body trembling. Even after the daggers became illusory and flew out of his body, he had still collapsed to the ground, only to be pierced through again by his own dagger as Lionel's chased after him. That third strike was the final straw, laying him out completely. His vision went dark, his dreams fading along with it. Lionel shot a glance over toward Aina. She seemed to have been targeted as well, but dealt with her pursuer much more straightforwardly. Unfortunately for the poor young man who targeted her, he was probably the only one to take on a true injury since the start of this competition. And just like that, there were 8 remaining. But the round didn't stop. The walls flashed. 1% increase in speed. Lionel slowed down his own speed. After activating his lineage factor, even this 1% increase couldn't make a difference to him. It was also more convenient for future moves if his dagger was closer to him. It would allow this farce to end quicker. He's still here? Greta frowned. When the exam began, Greta and the other 4 had completely focused on themselves. Though they had entered together and planned to pass together, they knew that the entry of Aina had thrown a wrench into their plans. Because of this, the 4 became slightly wary of one another, knowing that one of them would likely had to be sacrificed so that Aina could pass. But, obviously, none of them wanted to take the fall. As a result, an exam that should have been easy left them walking on the tips of their toes, bringing out everything they had to be among the final 4. In such a situation, they didn't even care to pay attention to exactly who had survived as long as they weren't being targeted. It wasn't until yet another fell, leaving just 7 remaining, that Greta realized that Lionel, who she thought would have already fallen long ago, was still here. In fact, he seemed to be having an easy time as well. If this was an exam where it was possible for Aina to help him, she would be more accepting of this. But this was obviously impossible. Even though they took all the tests together, everything had been pretty individual. Without a certain level of strength you could call your own, it would have been impossible to make it to this stage. Greta's frown deepened. Just one Aina was already enough of a headache, making their carefully planned alliance crumble before it could even start. But who the hell was this guy? Greta swept a glance toward her 3 partners turned ambiguous enemies. At that moment, the young man who always had his hands in his pockets, Arnold, swept a kick toward the 7th participant. Bang! The youth slammed against the large tiled wall. With his head spinning and his body practically pinned by the force, the slight acceleration he received from Arnold didn't help him to escape his dagger for long. Just like that, there were 6. Aina and Lionel stood on opposite sides of the room, each focused on escaping their daggers. As though they couldn't sense the subtle change in the atmosphere, they remained stuck in their own worlds, not showing any sign of trying to come together. The 4 Hero Peak members sent a gaze toward one another. Sparks flew, a silent communication whizzing through the air. In a split moment, they all came to the same conclusion. If they wanted to give themselves a chance, there was only one logical path to take. Arnold, Greta, Edmorn and the last, Fox, stamped their feet down in unison, sending a resounding boom throughout the room as they shot toward Lionel as one. Their plan was obvious. Take down Lionel first and as quickly as possible. Then take down Aina. Chapter 695. Lionel's lip curled into a smile. Dream model. Lionel's gaze radiated a blinding light. He had been mapping out simulations of this room for the past 3 rounds. How could he not have accumulated data on the other participants? The truth was that he had no need to use Dream Model on these enemies. Not only were they much weaker than him, they had no single attribute that surpassed him. Whether it was in speed, strength, dexterity, agility, he blew them out of the water. However, in that moment, Lionel halved his physical attributes. Then, still thinking it wasn't enough, he halved them again. He just barely maintained enough speed to stay ahead of his dagger. Anred was the first to make it to Lionel, his leg raising high into the air and slamming down for a vicious axe kick. Lionel's eyes suddenly dimmed down, becoming cold and calculating. The four felt as though a beast had locked onto them all. Anred's kick missed Lionel's shoulder by a hair, causing his eyes to widen. He had missed? How? He didn't even see Lionel dodge, and he had already accounted for his trajectory. At that moment, Lionel slipped by Anred, only to find Greta having morphed into a bird with an almost 2-meter wingspan. The odd nose contraption she always wore suddenly became a sharp blade at the end of her beak. With a single flap, her speed increased explosively. Dream Model. Lionel shifted and rebuilt his model for Greta. His subtle action caused Fox's sword to just barely miss him. He slipped through the pincer of 3, only to find the silent Ermine waiting with a fist he put his all into. His strength is beyond these 3, but he still chose to attack me. Seems he's really afraid of my lovely girlfriend. Unfortunately for Ermine, Lionel slipped by his strike just as quickly and with just as much ease. Lionel was like the wind, weaving in and out of their attacks as though he was taking a stroll. Oftentimes, the youths couldn't even see how he dodged, not knowing that he had planned out his steps several moments ago, to slip by their predicted attacks. To them, it didn't look like he dodged, but that was only because he already knew where they would attack and chose not to be there. Lionel's dagger followed him around like a ghost, but couldn't even touch his shadow. At that moment, the walls flashed again. Another 1%. Perfect. Lionel lithely dodged another round of attacks. When I begin to build up my metal body after this, I'll need to make sure I don't lose my flexibility. I feel a bit stiff. Lionel absent-mindedly noted something he should have noticed long ago, seeming not realizing that he had been backed into a corner. With a shocking call, Greta swept down from above, looking to pierce him through the head. The 3 remaining youths shot toward him. A fist, a leg and a sword, all sweeping toward him with perfect precision, not to mention. There really was no place left to dodge. Lionel's cold eyes regained their light, a smile spreading across his face. It's been fun, I guess. Lionel took a step forward, his body sliding to the side. In a perfectly timed movement, he slipped between Anred's leg and Ermine's fist. Poochie. Round 3 has concluded. End of exam. You couldn't lend me a helping hand? Lionel had a hurt expression on his face. With the handicaps he placed on himself, it took him 3 minutes of dodging to defeat those 4 without attacking. Yet, his Aina hadn't even tried to help. How cruel. You know I'm still in the 3rd dimension. Just one hit from those daggers would have sucked me dry, then what would you have done? Aina shook her head and ignored Lionel's nonsense. If anything, she should have helped those 4. They probably didn't know how they lost even near the end. By all rights, Lionel should have been down and out. Even Aina almost made a move in that final moment. The couple made their way to the receptionist of the 2nd floor again to find the same man with a dead look. However, at that moment, the men seemed to be completely focused on the screen before him, looking intently towards something. From their angle, Lionel could just barely see the last moments of his battle, how he slipped through and caused each of the 4 to be attacked by another dagger. Even Ermine, who managed to dodge, was somehow assaulted by Lionel's dagger near the end just as the latter slipped by his fist. Just like that, all 4 were eliminated at the same time, causing this round to only have 2 passers. Lionel cleared his throat slightly. The man slowly looked up and gazed deeply at Lionel before throwing a white belt over to the both of them. He didn't seem intent on saying anything else after this, just going back to what he was watching on the screen as though Lionel and Aina couldn't see him. The couple looked toward one another and could only leave in the end. Lionel suddenly grinned as they left Valiant Hall. Want to go piss off a few seniors? Aina rolled her eyes. I still have to train, you know. All I've been doing is following you around. I haven't even gotten a challenge in the past few days. That's not true. What about the Titan hyena? Lionel rebutted. Not enough. Aina replied straightforwardly. Fine, fine. You go off and leave me all alone again for another few months. Aina's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. I'll come see you at least once a week. Good. Lionel nodded. Don't cause too much trouble. Aina said sternly. And you can always come to Hero Peak, you know. How can you ask me not to cause trouble, then say that? Aina giggled. Well, Valiant Hall's training facilities aren't any worse than Hero Peak's. Use them. Lionel nodded, seeing Aina off. After watching her disappear into the distance, Lionel turned his gaze toward the distant freshman quarters. It seemed he would have to piss off some seniors on his own. For the next step of his plan, he would need a store. Then, he'd really be able to take advantage of his haul, courtesy of the King of Ores. Chapter 696. Lionel pushed the broken doors aside, walking into the familiar dilapidated bar with a smile on his face. When the white-belted senior saw Lionel, he froze. He had only planned to give a casual look over to see who had come. But, what he hadn't expected was for this demon to suddenly appear again. Hey! Lionel grinned, sitting at the bar. Long time no see. The freshman bar was quite full at the moment. Usually, most would be out on missions right now with the new rules that had been implemented. However, with the sudden danger of the Oryx now being common knowledge, few freshmen still dared to venture out. Without a thing to do, and with even the most common of training centers now requiring merit points to operate, the freshmen only really had three options: risk their lives, go sleep in their dorms, or hang out here. It was unsurprising, then, that most chose to come here. By now, news of Lionel had spread amongst the freshmen, and though many couldn't pick him out by his looks, there were still a good few that could. As such, it was no surprise, then, that his appearance caught no small amount of attention. The bartender shivered under Lionel's gaze but did his best to regain his composure. Seeing how innocent Lionel looked now and comparing him to the monster he had seen before, it was really like night and day. He really had no idea who the true Lionel was. What's your name? Lionel asked politely. I'm called Mernick. Lionel nodded. Mernick, I'm about to do something that will probably cause you a lot of trouble. But, in return, I'm willing to extend you protection should you need it. In addition, if you don't mind, I wouldn't have a problem if you continue to work here. Mernick gulped down hard, his pupils trembling. At that moment, he had a hard time maintaining eye contact with Lionel. This. What do you want to do? Lionel sighed. He really did feel a bit bad. But, he also needed this place. This store, I need it. I'm officially issuing a challenge. Your boss can come here to defend this place, or I'll take it for myself. Mernick really wanted to shed tears at this moment. Why would a white belt come be a bartender at this place filled with freshmen? The answer was obvious: it was him who was tasked with maintaining order and rebuffing these challenges. The owner of this store only casually used it to make some passive income, but it was still a store that had been passed down through several generations of their family. It might be shabby, but enough ants could even kill an elephant. The freshmen didn't spend a lot in this place, but there were so many freshmen and so few places for them to gather that this place made quite a sum, even though it wasn't comparable to the best bars and restaurants Valiant City had to offer. Mernick, thanks to his position, was able to greatly benefit from this. But, with these benefits came harsh requirements as well. With his strength, Mernick was actually above average amongst white belts. But, when compared to Lionel, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, and that was over a month ago. The current Lionel felt even sharper and more powerful despite the fact he wasn't enraged like he had been last time. All right. Mernik didn't even raise his hand to battle. His palm flipped over, revealing a plaque. With a pained look on his face, he erased a force mark and handed it over to Lionel. Lionel raised his brows, grabbing onto the plaque. After a quick sweep of his senses, he realized it was an ownership plaque that seemed to have the unique ability of reading one's force signature. Interesting concept. Lionel nodded and chose to use his star force to leave behind a mark, using the unique pulses of his 3-star constitution that had yet to display its true might. In that moment, a hidden formation beneath the store rumbled. Dong! Dong! A pillar of light shot into the air, forming a beautiful pink-red emblem. The light formed a budding rose with 2 horns crossed in the back. It was quite an elegant emblem and even seemed somewhat feminine. Or, rather it would if not for the roaring black bear that took up its background. Lionel raised his brows. So much fanfare for such a small shop. Mernik's lip twitched. Did this person not do any research before he chose to take this action? Were all strong people like this? Acting first then thinking later? This shop might look run down, but that was a testament to its age, not its quality. The past few owners of this shop just couldn't bother to take care of it. But, even then, it took hundreds of years for its state to become like this. This spot was one of the oldest in Valiant City and also happened to have been in the hands of a senior whose family had one of the longest tenures in shop ownership as well. Due to this, the union this shop was under wasn't a small one either. In fact, this union was under the jurisdiction of one of Valiant Heart Mountain's 3 most powerful factions, the Bear Rose faction. In terms of most powerful factions on Valiant Heart, there were 3. One was Raylion's Hero faction, practically taking the entirety of Hero Peak as its stomping grounds. The second was the Severed Heart faction, which was headed by one of the few geniuses outside of Hero Peak that could stand amongst Hephaestus and Raylion. And the third was the Bear Rose faction, formed by the preeminent genius of Honor Peak. It was the existence of Severed Heart and Bear Rose that made many think that Raylion was levying a challenge toward either Honor or Brave Peak when he called for his meeting. But at this moment, Lionel had just done something that hadn't occurred in over a century. He dared to snatch a store under the protection of a union and had kicked a bee's nest. In the skies above, the emblem of the Bear Rose faction crumbled into motes of light, leaving nothing but a pillar of white. Chapter 697. So it's like that? Lionel smiled. No big deal. Lionel turned back toward the freshmen who were sitting in a bit of an awkward situation. They weren't sure if they should all be leaving now or not. After all, this shop was no longer under the ownership of its original owner. No worries everyone, drink and chat to your heart's content. Everything is on me tonight. Tomorrow, I'll close this place down for some renovations and we'll open it back up the day after, so you'll only miss out on a day. After that, it will be business as usual plus some added perks. The freshmen were stunned for a moment before they cheered. Free drinks and food? Which of them wouldn't be excited about such a thing? Plus, this place was actually finally getting some renovations. Who knows how long they had been waiting for such a thing. Their only worry was that prices might go up along with them. Give me something mild, Mernik. I'm not a big drinker. Lionel said. Lionel had never really understood the fascination with alcohol. Though he had been underage on Earth, considering his track record, there were plenty of ways for him to break the law. The issue was that alcohol wasn't something he found worthwhile to break the law for. It was gross and harsh on the throat. Plus, Lionel could never seem to get drunk in the past, so there wasn't even a reward or buzz at the end waiting for him. By now, Lionel knew that was likely because of the vomit brew his dad had fed him for years. But, he had already missed his window to join the cool kids. At this moment, he was content with sipping on something a middle-aged wine mom would love the taste of. He could almost hear his teammates jeering him in the back. Even Mernik was giving him weird looks. But, as far as Lionel was concerned, this was only to pass the time until the inevitable storm came. Mernik diligently cleaned Lionel's glass, spending more time on it than he ever had before. He might have been caught in a struggle between behemoths, but now his only option was to rely on Lionel's protection. Without it, he was finished. So, he could only make Lionel as happy as possible. Valiant City was in an uproar. The sign of a shop falling hadn't been seen in decade, let alone one that carried the Bear Rose emblem. It was safe to say that this news spread quickly. But, due to another mind-blowing event happening nearly in conjunction, it didn't grab the attention of the people as sharply as one might expect. Just before the Bear Rose events began, news of the King of Or's faction and their being responsible in the deaths of almost 20 freshmen spread like wildfire. But, this news wasn't even nearly as big as the fact that the culprits would be put on trial for their crimes. Of them, the prime culprit, Hallis, a young man with the earth ability that ended all of these lives, freshmen would be tried for expulsion and even the death penalty. The news was shocking enough to rock Valiant Heart to its core. Punishment on this level had not been levied in a very long while and showed everyone just how serious Valiant Heart was about maintaining unity. Almost immediately, the whispers began to grow more fervent. There was such swift and exact punishment for this, but what about those 7 youths who died at the hands of that unnamed man? What about those 3 seniors before them? It was clear that someone was still trying to control the overarching narrative, bending it so that the focus of the people would change. But, unfortunately for these individuals, there was a difference this time. Almost just as swiftly as these whispers began to be spread, it was snuffed out by the heart-warming story of a freshman leading his fellow freshmen to safety even under the oppression of his seniors. In the blink of an eye, the half-constructed narrative crumbled while Lionel continued to sip at his fruity drink. Bang! 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 Explain this shit to me. Where are the tunnels? Where are the oars? Why can't I see shit down here anymore? Nigmir roared, venting his rage on the new crew that had come to rotate in place of Mia, Hallis, and the others. However, before they could even get to work on their shift, they almost immediately sent word back to the faction that there was something wrong. The instant Nigmir got the report, he felt a sinking feeling in his gut. This network of mines was among their most important. No, it was the most important. If there was one thing the Valiant Heart world had, it was an endless supply of ores, especially ores within the 4th dimension. However, among these, there were definitely differences and strengths and weaknesses among them. This ore network, on top of being relatively close to the mountain pass and thus much easier to defend compared to others, it carried 2 of these precious ores. The first was twice refined diamond. This ore was known for its hardness just like normal diamond. But, its chemical structure was several times more robust to the point where only someone with strength nearing the 5th dimension could use it in metalwork. Mining this ore was important for 2 reasons. First, to keep it out of the hands of the Oryx who loved to use this heavy and hard ore in their armors. And, second, to sell to large metalworking merchants and organizations for a hefty profit. The second ore was twice refined steel. If twice refined diamond made the perfect armor for those on the stronger side of spectrum, twice refined steel was perfect for the formation of heavy weapons. However, it was also good for forming the foundation of exceptionally heavy machinery and fortifications. Both of these ores were favorites of the Oryx and important to keep away from them. But they were simultaneously among the most lucrative. How lucky had they been to find a network of tunnels that connected both such resources? Yet now, it was all over. It was all gone. The tunnels that they could reach had all been cleaned out to the point where the walls didn't even shine anymore, leaving the underground space completely dark. And, to make matters worse, the other paths were completely blocked by collapsed tunnels. Without several months of work, maybe even years, it would be impossible to clear them all. This mine had suddenly become useless to them, slashing down the King of Or's faction earning potential by more than half. Who else could they blame if not the Oryx? Even if they wanted to suspect Lionel, he was allowed to keep all the profit he made to himself as a black-belted freshman. But would they even have the mind to suspect him? That was all fine, though. He planned to make it quite obvious very soon. Chapter 698. Lionel sat silently, sipping at a sweet drink. In his fingers, he rolled what looked like a silver ring, sliding it between his digits with a deft flexibility. His hands seemed capable of performing tasks that would otherwise be impossible. This ring, what is it? Lionel found it hard to believe that someone like Senior Lu could be holding onto something so valuable. But, when it came to random events of the universe, who was Lionel to say that he could perfectly understand them all? Lionel had already been trying to dream sculpt this ring for the better part of the last half an hour, but he was still only half of the way there. To put this matter into perspective, after Lionel reached the peak of the fifth dimension with his calculative mind ability, completing a dream sculpt for even one of his quasi-bronze spears would take a few minutes at worst, and that was a treasure at the very peak of the fourth dimension. Lionel had never tried to dream sculpt his quasi-silver spear before, but he really wasn't sure if even it would take so long. If he had to guess, the times would be fairly close. If Lionel used this to deduce the value of the ring, it would at least be of the fifth dimension. Once he broke things down like this, it wasn't impossible to believe that Lu could get his hands on such a thing. After all, as a student of valiant heart, he had the potential to one day become a fifth-dimensional existence, even though the probability was smaller than running into this ring in the first place. Intuition told Lionel that maybe even Lu didn't know what this ring was, but he kept it close, understanding that it had to be special. Considering the sly nature of that Senior Lu, this did indeed sound like something he would do. Lionel sighed. He couldn't help but think of nights Lu probably stayed up dreaming of what kind of treasure this ring would bring him to, hoping that he would shoot into the stars in one sweep the moment he learned of its secret. And yet now, those dreams had been stamped out, and the final light of his hopes was now rolling between Lionel's fingers so casually. This world is a cruel place, Lionel thought to himself. Ultimately, Lionel decided that he would need to ask the dictionary about this. But, before that, he would need to find a quiet place. Bang! The small shop suddenly shook, a violent force flinging the doors from their handles. A few shrieks sounded amidst the freshmen as they scurried out of the way. But, with their talent, such a flimsy, half-rotten door couldn't cause any severe harm to even the weakest of them. What could cause harm, though, was the force that had sent it flying. Who was it? Which bastard dares provoke Bear Rose? The members of Bear Rose had come here with fires in their bellies. No matter how they thought of it, they were certain that Hero Peak had begun making their move again. What bullshit abolition of the peak system? Anyone with half a brain knew that peaks still existed, they just hid behind the label of factions all the more now. This rule change only gave Hero Peak more freedom to snatch resources. However, the cohort of Hero Peak dogs they expected to find here weren't here at all. Rather, a singular young man walked out from the now broken doorway, standing before them all. Bear Rose had come prepared for an all-out war. Not knowing that they had been challenged by a brat who had barely been here for 2 months, they brought a full entourage of several white belts and even sent a blue belt to lead them all. Their lineup consisted of one of their most talented upper mid-level teams and totaled 9. They almost opened their mouths to tell Lionel to get the hell out of the way until they all froze seeing the plaque in his hands. Lionel scanned the 9 before him. 8 white belts and 1 blue belt. Each of them wore the emblem of Bear Rose on the belt fabric that hung between their legs, making their affiliations quite clear. This shop. Lionel pointed over his shoulder. I'm taking ownership of it. The members of Bear Rose were stunned. The spectators who had come here for a good show, hoping to see a clash between Bear Rose and Hero, were also stunned. By this point, Lionel hadn't even switched off his black belt for his white belt yet. But, even if he had, the reaction wouldn't be any less speechless. It only made it all worse that Lionel was wearing no emblems to speak of. The blue belt who led the group narrowed his eyes. His arms crossed over his broad chest, pressing down the dense patches of hair that covered his torso almost like coarse fur. Even with his arms crossed, he still held 2 massive hammers connected by a single thick chain. He looked toward Lionel deeply, his spine tingling. This young man before him was too calm. You, a freshman, decided to challenge my Bear Rose faction? Well, I didn't choose to challenge you specifically. I just happened to need this store. Lionel replied. Are you aware of who owns this store? I am not. The frown of the blue belt grew deeper and deeper. Frill. Bane. Take him down. Losing his patience, the commander coolly commanded. Since this freshman didn't know what was good for him, it was best that they deal with this quickly. The more time they spent here, the longer Bear Rose's name would be dragged through the mud. Even Hero didn't dare to provoke them so casually. Without a word, 2 white belts shot forward. As though by prior agreement, they weaved in and out of each other's paths, appearing before Lionel in a flash. Their legs whipped out like vipers, each aiming for a side of Lionel's head. Chapter 699. Lionel's eyes never left the blue belt. Up to now, he had only fought the most elite of white belts, but he was truly curious to see how big the gap between a white belt and a blue belt was. As far as he knew, the process for becoming a blue belt was far more complex. In fact, part of the reason he even got involved with Serioth in the first place was because the latter was trying to complete his requirements to be promoted. I guess he'll find out today. Lionel hopped back, feeling the wind pressure of their kicks send his hair flying. A golden light enveloped his legs, explosively increasing his speed. In the blink of an eye, he managed to close the distance he had created again, slamming a fist into the chest of Bane. Frill reacted quickly, trying to use the opening of Lionel's attack to counter. But he found his leg slipping through air again. His planted foot suddenly felt a sharp pain at the joint of his knees. He could only intake a sharp breath, his vision spinning under the unholy amount of agony. His knee bent backward under the pressure of Lionel's soul. The worst part was that Lionel didn't even seem to be applying much pressure. He simply stood there, his head just under the range of Frill's attack and his foot resting on the latter's kneecap. In the blink of an eye, 2 white belts fell to the ground, leaving Lionel practically unscathed. Even after a few moments, it was difficult for the youths around Lionel to put into words what they had just seen. It almost felt like they were watching 2 men trying their best to harm themselves. They practically walked into their injuries. A sensory type? The blue belt spoke evenly. Lionel was quite surprised when he heard this. This was the first time someone had ever guessed his ability. Most thought it was one of his lineage factors. However, the combat experience of a blue belt couldn't compare to those Lionel had battled in the past. They had seen too much. Rather than being flustered by Lionel's display, this blue belt only came to the only logical conclusion. It was simple deduction. But this only made Lionel more curious. With a grin, Lionel flipped his palm, causing a massive spear to appear. Bang! The spearhead crashed into the ground, its weight so great that a wild array of cobweb-like cracks spread in every direction. Back away. The blue belt said coolly. But, Captain. He's mine. The blue belt stepped forward, his heavy step causing the ground to quake almost as much as Lionel's heavy spear. He stretched out his 2 massive hammers to his sides, holding them out as though to display the strength of his arms. The chain that hung between the hammers jingled and sparkled, glistening with cracked and dried blood. Lionel rose his heavy spear from the ground, pointing it forward in a feat of strength that was no less impressive. The massive 3-dimensional head of the spear was double the size of his head, probably carrying at least 60% of the spear's entire weight. Yet, the polearm didn't so much as bend the slightest bit while being held this way. My name is Arte. My name is Lionel. Bang! The 2 shot forward, appearing before one another in a blink. Lionel's body embodied the spirit of his spear. His figure became larger than life, his every movement imposing and grandiose. For just a moment, he seemed to even dwarf Arte in size despite them being about the same height. Arte didn't seem fazed. His hammers swung down simultaneously, his back flexing madly beneath the carpet of hair they hid under. Lionel swung his spear out to the side, slashing in a wide arc upward and toward Art's head. Arte smashed his hammers downward as one, looking to shatter Lionel's spear into countless little pieces. Bang! Bang! A shockwave of wind shot in every direction. As though walking through hurricane-force winds, several spectators covered their eyes with their forearms, leaning forward to not be blown back. The freshmen within the bar to Lionel's back especially found themselves in a precarious situation. The front wall of the shop bent and wheezed, seemingly about to cave in at any moment. Lionel's arm creaked. He felt a pressure the likes of which he had never experienced before, even despite using the Four Seasons realm to support his spear. Arte felt his shoulders about to collapse, the resonating ring of metal colliding against metal shaking his body to its core. But, maybe the most shocking thing was that there wasn't a single scratch on Lionel's spear. In fact, Arte faintly felt his own hammers giving way, cracking as though they might collapse into a pile of ash at any moment. Arte was in shock. His two hammers were both Tier 6 treasures. It took him decades of saving every penny to finally be able to commission them to his specifications. But now they couldn't even last a single blow. Art's expression changed. He realized that going head-on with Lionel would only result in him losing his precious babies. He couldn't let this continue. Arte shot backward. Deep inside he felt embarrassed. He knew the moment Lionel took out such a heavy spear that he had met a fellow man who wanted to fight a battle of strength. But, he couldn't afford to do this now. With deft movements, Art's style completely changed. Lionel almost took a step forward to pursue, but his instincts suddenly flashed with danger warnings. Art's chains sprung to life. Lionel could see a subtle fluctuation of force coursing through them with a level of control he rarely if ever saw. Before Lionel could react, Arte whipped his hammers across his body. At that moment, Lionel found a chain loop closing in around his neck. At that level of force, he just might lose his head even with his metal body. Chapter 700. Lionel's eyes flashed. With quick movements, his heavy spear disappeared, replaced by a twin set of spears he immediately speared into the ground on either side of himself. Clang! The chains rang out, clashing against the polearm of the spears. Lionel leapt into the air, balancing the tips of his toes on both spears and pushing against them to stop the chains from closing in any more. Arte felt a strong repulsive force, stopping him from tightening the chains any further. He was shocked by Lionel's response, but his lip couldn't help but twitch when he saw the quality of the spears Lionel was using as footrests. Where the hell was this freshman getting all of these weapons from? Unfortunately for Arte, Lionel's unconventional response had a purpose. Lionel's palm flipped over, revealing a tall, sleek black bow. In the blink of an eye, he had released 3 arrows. They streaked across the slowly setting sky of dusk, reflecting the gorgeous violet and deep red hues of the sun above. Arte reacted quickly, releasing his grip on one hammer and pulling back on the other hard. The chains were finally free. A hammer shot out like a cannonball. Arte pulled back so hard that Lionel felt his footing quake. Sparks flew as the chains slid across the polearm of the 2 spears. The hammer wrapped around one edge, changing trajectory and shooting for Lionel's head as though it had a mind of its own. At that same instant, Arte roared. He raised his remaining hammer, continuously pulling back to give the other more and more speed. When he reached his peak, his arm flexed, swinging downward with all his might. Bang! 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 At the exact moment Arte countered Lionel's 3 arrows, sliding back further and further with every strike, the hammer had accelerated toward Lionel's head, having every intention of decapitating him. How clever! Lionel's eyes flashed. His own attack ended up giving Arte even more momentum. As he pulled back further, the hammer, linked to the chain, shot toward Lionel even faster. Lionel's gaze suddenly glowed with something other than coldness or surprise. It was excitement. He felt his blood boil. The whistling wind of the hammer shooting toward him making his nerves scream. Calculations ran through Lionel's mind at a speed that was inconceivable to most. As clever as Art's attack was, it had one fatal flaw. Lionel's feet shifted. The spears he balanced upon shook, pulling against the chains still sparking against them. The trajectory of the hammer shifted, flying over Lionel's head by barely an inch at the very last instant. It wrapped around the two spears, shooting back toward Arte. However, it was then that Lionel suddenly grabbed at the flying hammer. At that moment it was flying at several hundred kilometers an hour, being just shy of the speed of sound. Trying to grab onto such a thing at that moment, even if you succeed, felt no different from courting death. And if you failed, the best that you could hope for was a lost hand. However, as though it was the most normal thing, Lionel completed it all in a single motion. Runes flickered to life across his skin, a surge of bronze violet hanging around him as a halo manifested above his head. He looked like a Roman god, his eyes filled with a confidence that could topple worlds. At that moment, his image was imprinted into the minds of all those present. The instant Lionel grabbed onto the hammer, his body shot forward. His reached out his free hand, causing one of the spears to shoot out of the ground and slam into his palm. Art's expression changed, suddenly finding Lionel flying toward him at impossible speeds. Give up his hammers? That was impossible. Control it as he had been previously to change Lionel's trajectory? That seemed like the best choice, but at that moment, Arte found that his weapon wasn't responding to him. All the force he tried to pour into it was blocked, countered by an opposing force that could have only come from Lionel. Art's eyes widened, unable to wrap his brain around what was happening. But Lionel didn't allow him to think for very long. The spear he grabbed didn't remain with him for a long while. Using his momentum, Lionel's arm became like a cannon, shooting his spear out like a harpoon. It flew toward Arte as though a star streaking across the skies. Art's eyes lit with panic. The distance was too close and his hammer wasn't responding to him. Even if it was, considering the quality of Lionel's weapons, could he even block such a thing safely? Arte roared. Absolute control. His force erupted, his hands stretching outward. He poured all his strength into his free hand, reaching out for the spear streaking through the skies. Bang! Art's arm ripped backward at an awkward angle, his shoulder popping out of its socket. He grimaced, his face turning pale. However, it was at that moment that Lionel reached him. A heavy spear appeared in Lionel's hand again. But, at that moment, Arte felt like falling to his knees. A heavy air suddenly wrapped around him, making it feel as though his own weight had multiplied by several times over. One arm held onto Lionel's spear, unable to produce any strength after its dislocation. The other was prepared to raise his hammer up and stop Lionel's charge. But, now, it felt heavier than ever, as though the weight of the world had fallen onto him. His timing was thrown completely off. He couldn't even counter when Lionel reached his range. Lionel shifted the blade of his heavy spear, streaking through the skies. He slammed the flat of it against Art's chest. Arte felt his ribs cave in, all the air in his lungs shooting out at once. He shot backward like an arrow from a bowstring, crashing over 100 meters away, unable to stand. Chapter 701. Bang! Lionel landed on the ground with a heavy thud, only to be surrounded by a wall of silence. Honestly, even he, himself, was somewhat surprised by the conclusion. The slight change in his mentality, courtesy of his lovely girlfriend, had actually caused such a great change to his combat prowess even without any fundamental upgrade to his strength. It had to be remembered that just a month ago, Lionel had to put in quite some effort to defeat Nigmir. Of course, his life was never in danger, nor did it seem difficult, but the reality was that if he didn't have a perfect counter thanks to his wind domain spear, that battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Yet, Nigmir was just a white belt. Of course, he was a white belt on the edge of becoming a blue belt and could be considered to be an absolute elite amongst them, but he was a white belt nonetheless. Despite this, Lionel was just able to defeat a blue belt in just a few exchanges and he almost made it look easy. The moment he stabbed his spears into the ground, Lionel felt that the battle was over, and that was the hard truth. His counter to Art's chains made the latter believe that the best option was to use the spears as anchor points to directly attack Lionel. As a result of this, Lionel was able to make use of Art's own momentum and strength against him in his counter, thus ending the battle far quicker. If not for this, it would have been impossible for Lionel to put enough strength into a throw to dislocate Art's arm, and thus it would have been impossible for him to land such a clean hit on Art's chest. It was just a single, simple move. Yet it was like a master stroke that decided the battle almost immediately. Why guess your opponent's next movement if you can choose that movement for them? Lionel didn't know it now, but this philosophy would be one of the most important changes to his psychology, only second to what would occur just a few months from now. Lionel put his heavy spear away, reaching out a palm and causing the final spear to shoot out from the ground and into his hand. With slow movements, he put it away as well. Now that Lionel's earth affinity had been ingrained into his very body, something like causing a metal spear to fly toward him was as easy as breathing. He hardly needed to think about it in the slightest. Lionel swept a gaze through his surroundings and his eyes landed on Arte, who was coughing up blood in the distance. But, before he could start to walk to him, he found his path blocked by 6 shivering white belts. Though the fear was evident in their expressions, they seemed to have no intention of taking a step back. They had no idea that Arte's strength actually surpassed Lionel's. After all, Arte was a Tier 6 existence. For a Lionel who had yet to refine his metal body past the Tier 1 stage, and whose force was still in the 3rd dimension, it was too large a gap. It was just that none of it mattered because Lionel's ability made up for the gap in spades. However, whatever the details were, all they saw was a young man who could easily defeat their captain. They refused to let him get close again. Lionel sighed and shook his head. What do you think I'm going to do? Kill him? His entire chest is caved in. If someone doesn't do something, he really might die. Plus, I need my spear. I will heal him. One of the white belts said coldly. Lionel shrugged. It made sense for a team like theirs to have at least one person with a healing ability. It seemed he stuck his nose in something it didn't belong in. It wasn't like he hated Arte, they just happened to be on opposing sides this time. He didn't even know the guy. With a wave of his hand, the spear that had been in Art's hand shot out, weaving through the 6 and snapping into his palm. Even though Lionel had countless spears of this caliber, that didn't mean he would just leave them lying around so casually. Plus, if someone who wasn't acknowledged by spear domain held onto the spear for too long, it would shatter into ash just like every spear that wasn't acknowledged by it. You can take him away. If you have any problems with my ownership of this shop, well, you know where to find me. With that, Lionel turned to walk toward the bar under the gazes of many. Oh, and... Lionel suddenly stopped and looked back. Tell your captain that if he wants his hammers repaired, he can come here the day after tomorrow. News of what happened spread like wildfire. The fact that Bear Rose had lost was enough to cause an uproar to begin with. But, for it to be at the hands of a supposed freshman, it was even more worth it. The idea of a freshman defeating a blue belt was enough to overturn all the understandings they had. However, what was released next somehow surpassed even that. According to reports, this Lionel was actually now a white belt. This should have made the news easier to accept rather than causing another uproar, but what really shook everyone to their core was the fact that this Lionel was part of the most recent batch of freshmen. He had been here for barely 2 months. The current Lionel, though, had no idea that he had caused such a commotion. If he had known, a wide grin would most definitely spread across his face. The more people who knew that he owned this store, the better. By now, Lionel had shut the bar down and spread out his internal sight to memorize every nook and cranny. It took him just under 10 minutes to perfectly dream sculpt the entire structure. Though it was large, there wasn't anything special about it other than the array which was drawn into its foundation. If not for this array, it would only have taken him a few seconds at most. Lionel took a deep breath. He had never attempted to apply his force crafting to an entire building before. He grinned. This should be fun. With a thought, numerous heavy metals began to clang to the ground one after another. If a member of King Avor's faction had been there, Lionel would even think of taking bets on how many mouthfuls of blood they'd cough up. Chapter 702. Among the many blueprints Lionel's father had left behind, there were even a few buildings among them. To this point, Lionel had mostly ignored them, focusing on the designs that could hone his skill in armor crafting. That said, this didn't mean that he had never looked over them. In fact, he had memorized them all already. They were able to give Lionel a basic understanding of construction and the physics that went behind it. Most of it was quite simple in Lionel's estimation, just understanding forces like tension, compression, shearing and the like. He had already learned about all these things in high school. Plus, even if he hadn't, he could just test his design plans within his dream world. If he did things like that, he would hardly need to think at all. After a few minutes of thought, an amount that was likely equivalent to several hours for even other sensory types and probably several days for normal individuals, Lionel had settled on everything. The first thing he did was completely shroud the small shop in a light elemental illusion, making it look like nothing but a blank space from the outside. Then, he burnt everything down to ashes. Let's reconstruct this foundation. Oh. Lionel chuckled. The formation that made up the foundation of the small shop had a few functions. The first was to mark the owner, the second was to mark which union the owner was a part of, and the third was very clearly a monitoring function. Of course, this was only clear to Lionel. At most, this formation was on the level of a Tier 4 force art. It wasn't anywhere near complex enough to throw Lionel off any scent. The only reason it took him so long to dream sculpt was because of its size. Lionel immediately began rearranging the formation. An emblem. Let's go with some spears, maybe a bow, a touch of silver, and we need a mascot. Let's give that honor to Little Blackstar and give him some wings made out of little Tolly. Lionel chuckled to himself. With his ability, though he wouldn't call himself an artist, he was most definitely able to perfectly replicate anything in his mind. Something like drawing an image he had in mind was as easy as breathing. He ended up creating an emblem that was one part valiant and another part adorable. How else would one describe a graveyard of spears with a little mink flying overhead with its little wings, pulling back the string of a bow? Lionel encased it all in an elaborate silver border that made it look particularly royal and put the finishing touches on the formation. I guess we can call it the Blackstar faction. Why not? You should be happy, little guy, even though you left me behind for softer pastures. After Lionel was finished with amusing himself, he truly got to work. Well, do just 2 levels, no need to get too wild. The first will sell goods, the second will deal with repairs. The structure needs to be eye-popping, but what could be more eye-popping than using twice refined steel and diamond on a small shop? Lionel grinned like a madman, not caring in the slightest that he was wasting what amounted to millions of kilograms of herb Oregon. In fact, he relished in it. If he was going to make a bang, he was going to go all out. Lionel built up the frame of the small shop with twice refined steel. This ore was exceptionally good at forming heavy weapons. Not only did it have quite some heft to it, but it was also quite ductile while simultaneously being very sturdy. Let alone a 2-story building, it would easily be able to form the framework for a building several kilometers tall even in a 5th-dimensional world. Working with large beams of metal wasn't as difficult as Lionel had thought it would be, but the precision required was just as important. Thanks to Lionel's metal affinity, though, he had senses almost too strong for this kind of matter. Even when he was moving around several tons of metal around, he hardly broke a sweat. Once Lionel was finished with this, he began to work with the twice refined diamond. The material itself looked quite like the diamond of Earth. The main difference was that it radiated a gentle sky blue that could become a pale white depending on how you looked at it. Lionel had a plan. Building a shop of this material would almost make it tacky. As cool as it sounded to have bricks of diamond, it might look more ridiculous than anything else by the end of it all. But, what if he made use of the formation below? The transparency and high refraction index of the diamond made it very sensitive to light, especially when introduced at a certain angle. Yes, this could work if I shift the design a bit and tweak the formation. Lionel got to work. His fingers were a blur as he practically fused with little Tolly. He cut the twice refined diamond into perfect pieces. Sometimes they would be prisms, at other times they would be perfect bricks, and there were even some others that had irregular shapes. Lionel mapped out exactly how all of these shapes would fit together. When it all came together, the outside of the building would almost look like a kaleidoscope of shapes. And then, when Lionel activated the formation and the black and silver lights shone through it, the hours began to tick by. On the outside, all anyone saw was a vast blank space. They weren't foolish enough to believe the shop had actually disappeared, but they were shocked that such a formation could actually be laid without issue. It was then, on the morning of the second day, that the light illusion force art finally began to fade. What people saw, though, left them completely stunned to the point that many came to a grinding halt. The black star emblem hung in the skies, showing no signs of dissipating. It was so clear that it could be seen from every point within the city. Then, the doors opened. Chapter 703. It should have been impossible for a two-story shop to be so imposing. Yet, that was exactly what it felt like. Its outer surface was formed of what looked like shards of glass. A deep, black light shimmered throughout it all, giving it an almost sinister outlook that had a sort of demonic beauty to it. Up above, its emblem slowly turned, radiating out with black-silver lights. The graveyard of spears contrasted by the flying, bow-wielding, little mink should have been jarring. But, somehow, it felt just right. The shop had no windows. It didn't even seem to have a single door either. It made one wonder if this was just here for looks or if others would actually be able to use it. At that moment, lights coalesced near the second floor, soon forming a line of curved words. Black Star. Unable to withhold their curiosity, many approached the building. It was no surprise that quite a few had been observing this location ever since the battle that occurred 2 days ago ended. Some came with neutral intentions, some just wanted to watch the world burn, while others came to see if there was anything they could take advantage of. However, right when the first person approached, a somewhat disjointed voice began to speak. The youths that had come forward out of curiosity blinked in shock. They had never seen such a thing before. Out of curiosity, some chose the first floor option, only to find that a strong spatial force suddenly latched onto them. Panicking, many who felt such a thing immediately resisted, causing the teleportation to fail. Their hearts almost beat out of their chest, perspiration falling from their brows. Spatial abilities were very rare. Even those who had such abilities in valiant heart usually had them in small doses, making their strength somewhat neutered. But that didn't change the fact that being forcibly teleported was maybe one of the most hair-raising experiences one could ever suffer through. After calming down, though, they seemed to have finally come to an understanding. First of all, the spatial tug on them had been very small. In fact, now that they thought about it, it didn't take much effort at all to snap. That likely meant that whatever forced teleportation there was, it wasn't out of malicious intent. And, now that they had thought this far, they realized that this force only appeared after they chose which floor to enter. So it's like that, many began to mutter to themselves. They prompted the message again, and this time, they didn't resist. Their sight blurred for just a moment before they suddenly found themselves in what felt like an all-new world. The walls shimmered like black diamond, filling the room with soft, dim light. The first floor was separated into a few corners. One seemed to sell armor, a few sold weapons of various kinds, separating them into types, and the last seemed to be consumable items. The floors beneath their feet, the walls, and the ceiling all made it feel like they were hovering in the depths of space. It was an ethereal feeling that filled them all with wonder. Those are Tier 5 weapons. Wait, look at that, those are Tier 6. Those at the center there, aren't those Tier 7? The youths felt like fainting. Many of them were just white belts. They wouldn't even normally be in the freshman quarters if not for all the commotion Lionel had caused. But, seeing such weapons they would usually have to scratch and claw to even catch the sight of being displayed so grandly. Many eyes lit up with fervor and greed. They rushed toward the counters, scanning through the prices. Why do these damn freshmen get a discount on weapons at and below the Tier 4 level? Where are our discounts? The sudden warning blared through the first floor, making many snap out of their greed-induced states. But, when they looked around, they found that there were really no workers in sight. Not to mention the fact there wasn't a single blue belt to manage such a place. There wasn't even a white belt. Realizing this, the greed in the eyes of many lit up once again. Some hesitated when they heard this, but when they remembered just how weak the forced teleportation had been on the outside, their sneers returned even deeper than before. They couldn't even fathom how this shop owner could be so stupid. Jumping forward, many grabbed at the lofty Tier 7 treasures on display. Get out of my way. Are you trying to die? Come on then, bastard. See if I don't break your legs. At that moment, before they could even truly become rowdy, they all froze. Feeling a strong spatial force envelop them, they all snorted. They all erupted with their own force in unison, expecting to break out of the hole just as easily as before. But, in the blink of an eye, they felt as though their force had fallen into an endlessly vast ocean. Before they could even realize what had happened, they had all been booted. When their vision cleared, they were right back on the outside. Many instantly tried to re-enter, only to be stone-walled with this volley of messages. Their eyes widened. No. Let us in. Damn it. Let us in. Their insides twisted with regret. They couldn't wrap their heads around what had just happened. There had just been so much wealth at the tip of their fingers. Those watching on who had yet to enter were shocked by their fervor. Just what was inside? You think a damn wall can stop me? A particularly fiery-tempered man stomped on the ground. He had seen a Tier 7 battle axe in there he had to have. He practically salivated when he laid eyes on it. He had to have it. He had to have it. He stepped forward, flipping his palm over to reveal his own battle axe and swinging forward with all the strength he could muster. His arms flexed, his back practically splintering as he swung. Bang! The man paused for a moment before he was sent flying back like a meteor. A cry of horror left the man's lips before he collapsed in a pile of his own flesh and blood. Women who laid eyes on him shrieked in horror. The man's arms had become nothing but a mesh of blood and gore. It was then everyone realized a shocking fact. The entire shop exterior was formed of twice refined diamond. Chapter 704. The realization shocked everyone to their core. How could a person be so extravagant? They finally understood why it was that this place had no doors and not even a single window. How could anyone hope to deal with this fortress? Let alone claiming this plot of land back, one might not even be able to find the shop plaque to snatch back in the first place. One of the only quirks of shops was that their plaques couldn't leave the immediate vicinity of their territory. This rule was implemented to stop shop owners from simply running away with the plaque so that their stores couldn't be claimed by others. Of course, all the rules meant to promote competition were eventually rendered useless by the existence of things like unions and the like. But, obviously, Lionel didn't have any intention of letting such things control him in the slightest. And the result? It was yet another uproar. News of Tier 5, 6 and even 7 weapons being sold spread like wildfire. In the face of such things, the vague descriptions of Lionel that Raylion had made were akin to trying to envelop a fire within a thin sheet of paper. This was the second mistake Raylion committed. If Lionel was a mere Tier 3 or 4 crafter like his grenades and mending armor seemed to show, then his words then would have been more than enough. But, an attempt to suppress a crafter who could forge quasi-bronze crafts with nothing more than unsubstantiated words. Well, how well would that work out for you? This was simply what happened when a youth from a mere fifth-dimensional world tried to apply the common sense of his limited scope towards something far beyond his means of understanding. On the second floor of Blackstar, Lionel lay on a luxurious cushion. His hands were behind his head and his legs were crossed one over the other. Every so often, he would lightly snore, making a somewhat adorable expression. At the moment, he most definitely didn't have the face of the man who had flipped Valiant Heart on its head once again. The members of Polished Glass, even after having already been here for a few hours, couldn't help but look toward him from time to time, still unable to wrap their heads around exactly what they were experiencing. When Lionel called them here, their first reaction was to panic. They had never thought that the one who had claimed this shop and caused all the commotion was actually Lionel himself. But, whatever panic they were feeling was immediately drowned out by even more of the same. How had Lionel gotten his hands on so much twice-refined diamond? They knew well that this ore was among Valiant Heart's most valuable exports. For him to gain so much, Kayla couldn't help but think back to the moment Lionel dug through the rubble to take King of Or's map. As much as they were panicking though, their minds were completely overwhelmed by other thoughts not long after. They knew what level of skill it took to work with such a high-quality organ. Yet, Lionel had not only worked with it, he had formed an entire building of it. Not only did his craft come out almost perfect, but it also looked like a glistening work of art. Even now, they felt like they were floating amidst the stars, making it difficult for them to continue on with their work. At that moment, the group was snapped out of their thoughts. That sound meant that someone had chosen to teleport to the second floor. After they made this choice, they would appear within a small waiting lobby where they would send in the specifications of their order to be accepted by one of them. Up until now, there had yet to be a single order placed despite the fact they had heard this sound several times already. It was obvious that in the beginning stages, everyone was just curious about everything, so it wasn't a surprise for many to teleport to the second floor just to check things out. The group thought that it would be more of the same again, but surprisingly, this time, an order actually went through. But, when they saw what it was for, their expressions changed. There was a slight pause. But, not long later, a figure manifested within the crafting room. It was none other than Arte, the member of Bear Rose Lionel had defeated just a day ago. To think that he would truly come to repair his weapons. In truth, Arte hadn't planned to. But, after all the commotion began, his team members mentioned Lionel's words from that day. Even then, Arte decided against it. Until he realized just how expensive it would be to repair his hammers normally. He had come here hoping that since this was Lionel's first day of business, there would be some discounts. But, what he didn't expect was for the price to actually be so low. A single merit point was worth 10 kilograms of herb Oregon. It had cost Arte almost 100,000 merit points just to buy his hammers, the equivalent of nearly 1,000,000 kilograms of fourth-dimensional herb ore. This was how expensive such a weapon was. Even for a repair, many crafters had asked Arte for at least half of the price of his weapon, making his insides turn green. Yet, even after a supposed multiplier for being a blue belt, Lionel's price was still a fraction of the cost. It almost made him sway side to side with happiness. But, in the end, he managed to control himself. He had heard all about the weapons on the first floor, but he had also fought Lionel personally. In his estimation, Lionel was a rich tycoon from a prominent family from the way he pulled out so many high-level spears to battle with. For all Arte knew, Lionel was just pulling out some of his wealth to show off. There were no small number of rumors about this young man from a family so powerful even the elders of Valiant Heart didn't dare to do anything to him. This was all to say that displaying weapons was one thing. But actually repairing them? This was a completely different matter entirely. Steeling himself for disappointment, Arte stepped forward and cleared his throat, his gaze landing on the sleeping Lionel. Chapter 705. Lionel's eyes fluttered open, a hint of fatigue hidden within them. He could usually go several days to even weeks without sleep now, especially with his ability. But, building this shop had really taken a lot out of him. Of course, this wasn't because of the materials itself, nor did it have anything to do with the physical structure of the shop. As for what the true reason was, well, only Lionel knew that. "Oh, you're here," Lionel said. Arte shifted somewhat uncomfortably, clearly very nervous about what state his hammers would be in after all of this. If they were completely ruined, the price he would have to pay to fix them would be even several times worse. When he thought of this, he hesitated again. But, unfortunately, it was already too late to back out. In order to stand here, he had to have paid the appropriate price already. Even for him, he couldn't just casually give up 8,000 merit points just like that. If it wasn't for the sheer volume of missions Lionel had accepted all at once, he would have never made 2,000 in a single outing. Plus, without his sensory ability coupled with the frenzy those beasts had entered, he wouldn't have completed it all in just 3 days either. This was all to say that it took a unique set of circumstances for Lionel, a man with combat prowess rivaling a blue belt, to reach 2,000 merit points. So, it was no wonder Arte still felt a small ache even though the price was much cheaper than what he had been expecting. Of course, accumulating points through crafting was much easier. Alright, Lionel sat up, his torso flexing. You can bring them over here. Yes. Arte walked forward somewhat stiffly, causing Lionel to chuckle. He could tell what Arte was worried about. But, clearly the latter didn't know just yet that if there was one person in the whole of Valiant Heart he could trust, it was most definitely him. Since the others couldn't deal with Tier 6 weapons, Lionel took it upon himself. It wasn't even 5 minutes in before Arte began to shed real tears. Lionel had actually melted down his hammers completely. It was all over for him. Bang! 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 Furious roars shook the King of Or's faction. Nigmir flew into a rage, his violent wind elemental force tearing whipping marks across the floors, walls and ceilings. He seemed completely intent on dicing the building into minced pieces. That bastard. 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 His fury was practically eating him from the inside out. It felt as though he was going to explode if he didn't vent. This time, Anlin, Seriath's right-hand woman, didn't try to stop him. She too was furious, but there was nothing she could do. They had already thought of reporting Lionel for misappropriation of resources. But, Seriath had told them not to waste their time. Lionel had most definitely taken these resources while he was still a black belt. As such, he didn't need to report them. This was just a small and normally useless benefit freshmen got. After all, they were so weak, what goods could they possibly get for themselves? Yet now, this small, seemingly insignificant rule, had crippled their faction entirely. Their best bet was to wait for Bear Rose to take action. But, if Lionel holed himself up in a structure formed of twice refined diamond, was it even possible to get to him? The worst part was that he wasn't violating any of the rules in this regard either. Better yet, the main force of many of the powerful factions were occupied. The war at the border between Valiant Heart and the Oryx tribe was continuously heating up. Many blue belts, including the owner of the shop location Lionel had taken for himself, weren't even present. As though all of this wasn't terrible enough, there was an upswell of dissatisfaction recently. It was unknown where exactly it originated from, but freshmen especially seemed to be enraged by getting the short end of the stick. They had hardly gotten to benefit from Valiant Heart at all, yet it seemed like they had to scratch and claw for everything. Now even many of their own were losing their lives even to the simplest of missions. How could they not be enraged? Of course, this was easily dealt with by Anlin's estimation. Who cared what a group of freshmen thought? They would be put in their place like they always were. Anlin shook her head. It feels like we're being walked into a corner. But, I can't even see who we're playing against. Is it the Oryx? Or have those other fifth-dimensional organizations amped up their underhanded schemes? Valiant Heart had been getting suppressed by these other organizations for a long time already. This was the main reason Valiant Heart had been in such a troubled situation recently, making the timing of the Oryx all the more terrible. It only made sense. The upper echelon of those organizations had been eyeing their Valiant Heart zone for tens of thousands of years already. Now that they sensed a chink in their armor, they believed they finally had a chance to pounce upon. But, even now, they were still apprehensive about certain things. Now, though, they were getting impatient. Forget it. King has already left to the meeting. I'm sure he will be back with a solution. As though by design, the even footsteps of a familiar figure cut Nigmir's rampaging tirade short. Seriath entered with an expression just as calm as always. From beginning to end, he had never shown the slightest hint of a change. It's all been dealt with, he said indifferently. There should be a conclusion soon. At that moment, outside of Blackstar, 3 figures approached. When the youths who were hanging around outside saw this, they were shocked. Those red belts, those were elders. Had Lionel been paying attention, he would have recognized these 3 almost immediately. It was none other than Kayla's former master and his 2 wives. Jack Bianala smiled with his usual warm smile. What a beautiful little shop. Chapter 706. Jack observed the shop with a smile, his eyes scanning it from top to bottom. The youths who were standing around, some of whom had already been banned, could only watch on. In all their time on Valiant Heart, this was the first time they had ever heard of an elder taking the initiative to come to a student's shop like this. Those who recognized Jack as the top force crafter of their organization, though, were even more shocked. Someone of Jack's status was only a step below the true powerhouses of the organization. In truth, a crafter would usually have even more power than Jack did. The only issue was that Jack couldn't craft bronze weapons. As such, most of the strongest warriors of Valiant Heart went to outside sources to get what they needed. This meant that Bianala's power wasn't as great as it could otherwise be had he been a bronze crafter. That said, Jack still had quite a bit of power within the lower echelon of elders and among the elite students. It was he who created their weapons and did maintenance for them. As such, he had a great hold on the middle tier of Valiant Heart. Still, Jack's greatest aspiration in life was to break through and enter the bronze ranks. In order to succeed, he needed resources, more than even he could gain by normal means. He needed special natural treasures to temper his fingers and help them reach a higher designation. He needed more materials so that he could practice creating bronze treasures to stabilize his realm. And, most importantly, he needed the astronomical funds that would be required to buy bronze force arts. No matter which it was, it all required an impossible mountain of resources. When faced with such an impossible-to-complete task, for the sake of his ambitions, which man wouldn't bend a little? Even if it meant listening to some of the suggestions of those he deemed to be his juniors. Though all of these things were flowing through Jack's mind, his smile never faded. "Let's go," he said to his wives. With that, they walked into the range of teleportation. At that moment, the boxy, fabricated voice faded away to reveal a recorded message left behind by Lionel. "Apologies, esteemed elders. I am honored that you would come to my little shop, however it should be noted that Blackstar only has weapons suitable for those of the 4th dimension. If you understand this and would still like to take a look around, feel free. Unfortunately, due to my inadequate skill, only one of your level of status can enter at a time. Should you still choose to enter, welcome." Lionel's voice was warm, inviting and carried several layers of humility. It was actually quite soothing to listen to and gave many the illusion of a junior dutifully greeting his grandparents and their close friends. However, for some reason, when it registered to Jack, he felt it was particularly grating on the ears, as though there was a hidden mocking tone he couldn't quite pick up on even with his senses. Jack looked toward his 2 wives. They had a slight frown on their faces as well. But, when they thought about it, did any of this really make a difference? If Lionel's voice had said that his pitiful skills didn't allow him to teleport any 5th-dimensional entity, and then there was nothing they could do other than maybe try to slander him. But, he had actually said that he could allow one in? What was the difference between 1 and 3? Regardless, a brat in the 3rd dimension wouldn't be able to do a thing. "I will go then," Jack said with a smile. "With such a courteous junior, I can't possibly keep him waiting, right?" Jack's 2 wives watched their husband disappear before sending a glance toward one another. They had been looking for some kind of relief, but all they saw in each other's eyes was a hint of discomfort. Arte was at a complete loss. Watching Lionel work felt like he was watching a deity gingerly constructing a new race of being. His hands oscillated with such speed that they left a blur in the air. From time to time, small popping noises would shake Arte to his core. He knew instantly that this was actually a product of Lionel's fingers blasting through the sound barrier in small bursts. He could hardly comprehend how mere fingers could reach such a level, not to even mention the fact that this was a fifth-dimensional world where something like breaching the sound barrier was several times more difficult. The truth was that Lionel didn't need to go so far for a mere Tier 6 weapon. It was just that he just received a message that told him that he just might want to hurry up a small bit. With a flick of his wrist, a black feathered quill appeared. With nimble movements, he quickly wrote several force arts, their every line precise to an extreme. Lionel expelled a heated breath. He swept a glance over his fingers, only to find that they carried no small amount of heat. "Your hammers should be good now," Lionel said plainly, tossing the chain-connected twin hammers over. Force should flow through them even better than before. Just as Arte was eager to test them, a sudden sound interrupted them. This time, though, there was no prompt to commission a work. Lionel had thought that this might happen, so he had designed the teleportation arrays to send any elders that might come right to this place. On cue, Jack's vision cleared, only for him to see the expansive space of the second floor. From his vantage point, it was difficult even to tell where the walls started and the floor and ceiling ended. It really did feel like he was standing in the middle of the vast expanse of space. When Kayla laid eyes on who had come, she clenched her fists hard, her teeth grinding against one another. The atmosphere grew heavy. Chapter 707. Lionel looked up, seemingly having no intention of standing from his location. "Ah, Elder Biennala. What brings you here?" Lionel smiled lightly. Arte stood in the middle, at a bit of a loss in what to do. He could feel that there was something off about the current atmosphere, but he had no way of understanding why that was. And, for some reason, he also found it much too awkward to try and leave at the moment. In fact, he didn't quite know how to leave. There wasn't exactly a door. He assumed that Lionel would have to send him out, but he was clearly occupied at the moment. The room was split into several workstations and had a very open atmosphere. Usually, one would be able to choose whoever they wanted to work on their treasure, but, obviously, Jack didn't have such a thing. Jack snapped out of his stupor, finding Lionel smiling back at him. Though he as an elder smiled back, he still felt somewhat stifled. After being allowed in, Jack thought that he would be able to directly enter the shop's first floor and view the items. Yet, instead of that, he was sent here. Any thought he had of saying a few casual words to sow some doubt was thrown out of the window immediately. "Ah, Lionel is it, right?" Lionel smiled. "I'm honored that you would remember my name." "Yes, I am Lionel." "Good, good." Jack chuckled. "I was very much looking forward to seeing your shop, but have you brought me here to see repairs instead?" "Ah, yes. You actually came at a good time. I just finished a repair for Arte, here." He was just about to test it out. Lionel turned his gaze toward Arte. But, by now, the latter was drenched in cold sweat. After years on a battlefield, he felt that he was somehow in the heat of another one despite the fact no one had drawn a blade. On one side, there was a fifth-dimensional entity he couldn't hope to defeat. Even if Biennala was a crafter, there was no doubt he could crush him with a finger. Worse yet, he was Valiant Heart's best force crafter. On the other side, there was an existence that might not have been in the fifth dimension, but he was just as impossible to defeat for Arte. He felt that Lionel was an insurmountable mountain he couldn't see through in the slightest. And, to make matters worse, he was the only affordable crafter in Valiant Heart. He didn't know what was going on here, but he knew that he didn't want to get involved. This. Right. I was going to head out to test it a bit. After all, I wouldn't want to break anything here. Arte chuckled a bit awkwardly. "There's no issue," Lionel said with a beaming smile. "This entire shop is constructed of twice refined diamond. Even if a fifth-dimensional existence wanted to cause some damage here, they would have to go all out." Art's lip twitched, trying to look toward Jack out of the corner of his eye. Wasn't that a very clear provocation? A sturdy construction, indeed. Jack said with a smile, seemingly not having picked up on any sort of threat. I say, how did you manage to accumulate so much? Oh, the twice refined diamond? It was just a bit of luck. Lionel chuckled. 2 days ago a group of freshmen, including myself, found ourselves being hunted down by a group of orcs and ended up escaping through some mine tunnels. I ended up taking advantage of the situation and making a small bit of profit. Luckily Valiant Heart is good to us freshmen in some ways despite shafting us in most others, so I was able to keep my profit without reporting. Lionel had nothing to hide, so he laid everything bare. I see. Jack stroked his chin. But, as though a light bulb had gone off in his head, his eyes widened before his expression suddenly turned to one of worry and concern. You say that all of this happened within the span of a day? Lionel's eyes narrowed into meaningful slits, his smile becoming almost demonic. Yup. He replied cheerily. Just a day was enough. Luckily the shop was quite small. If not for these limitations, I might have added a third floor. Jack sighed. Lionel, oh Lionel. Jack shook his head as though lamenting something terrible. What is it, Elder? Is something wrong? Lionel asked with concern. Jack looked up toward Lionel and sighed again. You might not know this because you are just a freshman, but there are certain rules that come with owning shops. One of these rules is that outside resources cannot be used regardless of the circumstance. Whether it be the shop's construction, maintenance, management, or its merchandise, it all must be the product of the student's own hand and created from the resources of Valiant Heart Mountain. The shops were created to promote competition amongst students, not the families that back them. Jack sighed again. He pulled off his concerned elder face very well. However, Lionel didn't miss his emphasis on the word merchandise. It seemed that among other things, Jack seemed to believe that the Tier 7 weapons below were brought in by Lionel from outside sources. Oh. Really? Lionel said, somewhat stunned. Yes. Jack shook his head. I can help you by not reporting this, but it will be necessary for you to take all these things down. If you donate these ores and weapons to the elders of Foundation Peak to be repurposed into Valiant Heart strength, this can easily be swept under the rug. That's good then. Lionel continued. Considering I did all of this on my own, there shouldn't be a problem. Elder doesn't have to worry. Jack's smile froze before he forced out a laugh. Don't joke around, Lionel. I am trying to help you. Even I couldn't accomplish so many things in just a single day. It's a good thing, then, that I'm better than you are. Lionel replied plainly, his smile fading. Chapter 708. Jack's laughter came to a grinding halt when he heard Lionel's words. For a moment, he thought he had heard wrong, but seeing the cold expression on the latter's face, he thought he had been sent to some parallel universe. A fourth. No, this brat was actually in the third dimension and actually dared to talk to him in this way. It felt like he must have been living in some sort of matrix, or this was possibly some sort of great practical joke. But, where were the cameras? He was stunned for a good long while, not knowing what to say in the slightest. It wasn't just him. Even Kayla and the others forgot to breathe. Although they all had a tacit understanding that it was Biennala who had screwed them all over, none of them actually dared to say anything. Even when Kayla was wronged by Biennala for so many years, she hadn't dared to do anything other than leave. But, even that took great courage. As for Arte, he felt like he was about to faint. Who knew how arrogant higher dimensional beings were? They practically looked at those within lower states of being like they were ants, and they weren't wrong to. Every dimension was a great watershed. Even though Lionel had experienced this with his body and mind, he couldn't be truly considered to have. In the simplest terms, Biennala who was in the fifth dimension should have been like a god to them. Yet, Lionel actually dared to say such words. What did you just say? I don't think my words were unclear, Biennala. Others might see your smiling face and feel forced to ignore the atrocities you've committed, but I feel no need to. I don't have to kiss at your feet because in my eyes, what you can provide to me is worthless. My calling you an elder is nothing more than respect for your being born earlier than I was. According to my understanding, due to your haughtiness, you've never truly joined Valiant Heart. Instead, you a contracted representative brought over from a crafting guild. This only makes your coming here to try and enforce rules on behalf of the organization laughable. However, since I still have some accounts to settle with you, I will play along. This is already the second time you've slandered my crafts. I promise you, there won't be a third. Lionel's temper flared. Rage he had been holding down for several weeks already boiled over. He gripped the quill in his hand. With swift movements, he removed his crafter gloves from his spatial ring and threw them to the ground at Bienala's feet. Jack looked on stunned. Of course, he understood the meaning of this gesture. He had never thought he would see such a thing here. Memories of years gone by swirled through his mind, his expression twisting to the point it became dark beyond recognition. A duel of crafters looked eerily similar to one of gentlemen. The issue was that the crafting gloves were meant to represent the blood, sweat, and tears of the crafter. But, the last time Lionel had used these gloves, he had been dissecting a beast's corpse. For trash like Bienala, he didn't deserve this kind of respect. Elder Bienala suddenly began to laugh. He threw his head back, his amiable smile fading to one of near madness. Who knew what kind of memory Lionel's actions had forced to resurface? But, what was clear was that he was wholly infuriated. Good, good, good. An ant of the third dimension dares to challenge me. I, Jack Bienala, accept. Jack pulled out a shimmering badge from his spatial ring, slamming it toward the ground by Lionel's glove. The pressure of a fifth-dimensional existence swept through the room. Without quarter to fight back, Arte fell to his knees, his face smashing against the ground not long after. As for the other youths who had already been sitting, their bodies crumpled. Lionel, however, stood. His foot lightly tapped against the ground, causing a subtle flash of light. In the next instant, Jack felt as though his pressure had fallen into an endless ocean. After a small rumble, the building stabilized. Cracks spread out from the outside, catching those watching off guard. But, what shocked them even more was that the Black Star emblem faded to reveal two men, one young and one old, facing off against one another. Set the rules, Bienala. Lionel's voice coldly projected outward. At that moment, on the outside, Jack's wives were caught off guard. Seeing the badge and gloves on the ground, their expression changed wildly. Their faces warped. A craftsman duel? How had this happened? There was no way Bienala challenged Lionel, so that only left one other option. But, if that was the case, the expressions of the two wives became uglier. They were observing this from an outsider's perspective, so they were less hot-blooded than Jack and could thus calmly analyze the situation. Strictly speaking, a craftsman duel wasn't a common thing. In fact, it was strictly uncommon. That was because it was an extremely old relic of the craftsman community and was usually a tradition only carried out by the oldest of families and organizations. To even be aware of its existence was evidence of having a certain level of standing. For all these things to be true, and for Lionel to challenge Bienala regardless of the circumstances, meant that this matter wouldn't be so simple. The competition was overseen by Bienala's crafter's badge. Even if Lionel didn't have one, just one being present was enough. If Lionel stated that the reason for this duel was Jack's slander of his craft and even won, the consequences would be disastrous. Even losing his crafter's badge wouldn't be an impossible outcome. How could they not know why Jack had rashly accepted such a thing? He was probably seeing red at the moment. If not for a challenge just like this one, how could he be in such a place without any hope of entering the bronze grade? For a child to dare challenge him like this, how could he not be infuriated? It was hard to tell if Bienala was even aware that his image was being projected out like this. Chapter 709. Jack's face was livid, veins bulging through his forehead like coiled snakes. I won't bully a brat like you. Well, complete a one or weapon medley. The or will also be something a brat like you can deal with. In fact, how about we choose something that you're very familiar with? Polished glass. At that moment, Lionel was slightly surprised. This wasn't because Jack was being unfair, but rather because of the exact opposite. In fact, he was being almost too fair. Polished glass was just a Tier 6 Oregon. If Lionel was claiming to have forged Tier 7 weapons, this was more than reasonable. In fact, Jack had taken into account that it might have been difficult for Lionel to complete Tier 7 weapons and even chose to take it a step down so that Lionel would have no excuses. Even beyond that, Jack knew that Lionel was a part of the polished glass faction. Polished glass was an inherently difficult ore to work with if you were unfamiliar with it, but after a certain point, it could be handled with ease. However, for Jack, who might not have made a weapon with polished glass in years, he was purposely giving Lionel the leg up, knowing full well that not long ago, Lionel had completed several crafts with exactly this Oregon. As though that wasn't enough, the one or weapon medley, especially, was a shock to Lionel. A medley, in terms of a craftsman duel, was a gauntlet in which a craftsman would create a series of crafts. As such, there was no surprise that there were many different types of medleys. A one or medley locked a crafter into using just one Oregon. This might sound simple, but when having to complete differing crafts having varying kinds of uses, being locked into the use of just one particular or was akin to tying a crafter's hands and feet. By extension, there were obvious 2 or 3 or even 100 or medleys where crafters were forced to use every kind of chosen or in each one of their crafts. These sort of medleys followed a bell curve in difficulty. Usually, the lowest number of one would be among the most difficult to complete. Numbers around 3 or 4 ors were slightly easier and were pretty good from novices. Numbers entering the dozens to hundreds very quickly became more difficult than even one or medleys were. As such, it could be said that Jack's choice was once again in the middle. It was difficult, but not obscenely so. In Lionel's estimation, this was once again very fair. That only left, then, the talk of weapon medley. A weapon medley was once again a specific type of medley. But, this one focused in on the crafting of weapons. As such, one might imagine that there could be armor medleys, consumable medleys, movement treasure medleys, escape treasure medleys, so on and so forth. A weapon medley also came in several shapes and sizes. But, since Biennale didn't specify, this meant he was referring to the most commonly used weapon medley, the 9-core weapon medley. The knife, sword, saber, battle axe, staff, spear, glaive, halberd and bow. In this exact order, one could find the least to most difficult weapons to craft. During a 9-core weapon medley, a crafter would start at the easiest and work their way up. In this case, they would only be able to use a single or to complete each one of these crafts. Of course, there was only one problem with all of them. If Lionel tried to make a spear, it would most definitely combust into a pile of ashes. And, according to the rules of the medley, he wasn't allowed to continue to the next weapon unless he finished the one that came before it. This only left Lionel with one choice. If he didn't sweep the first 5 weapons of the medley, he would lose. When Lionel heard Jack's choice for their duel, his opinion of the elder had already somewhat changed. Even if it might have been because Jack didn't believe he needed any underhanded tricks to defeat Lionel, Lionel still altered his opinion somewhat and even believed that Biennale might have been a more skilled crafter than he gave him credit for. This realization placed a faint pressure on Lionel. After all, it wasn't as though he could forge a quasi-bronze treasure with a Tier 6 ore. He would be limited in this regard. As such, he had to surpass Biennale with quality. At that moment, Lionel grinned, a stifling aura rushing from his body. "All right, Elder Biennale. Let's do this." Jack's expression flickered when he noticed Lionel had gone back to politely calling him elder, but his mind was still too furious to linger on this for very long. "Kayla, we still have a large store of polished glass, right?" "Ah. Yes, yes." Kayla, who was still trying not to shiver, weakly called out. "Good. Bring it all here." Lionel's words were full of confidence, his momentum rushing through the room. For a moment, he didn't lose out to Biennala in the slightest despite no longer relying on the force arts of his shop. As Kayla rushed away, news of what was happening in Blackstar spread as though a nuke had fallen in Valiant City. It wasn't long before the news had been sent back to the King of Or's faction. At that moment, they were all looking towards Seriath for an explanation of what to do. Seriath frowned. It was only a subtle shift in his demeanor, but the members of the King of Or's faction felt as though their breaths had been taken away. In these 3 years, not once had they ever seen Seriath's face display anything but indifference. Just what was going on? We will go. Seriath said coolly, his frown smoothing out. It had been a long time since anyone had seen the remnants of Valiant Hall. It seemed that after they had all been humiliated, they had completely disappeared. However, somehow, news of these matters reached their ears as well. Sale sat within a training room all alone, beads of sweat falling down her body like a rain. In fact, as though she had known her clothes wouldn't be able to take it, she was completely naked, her lovely curves partially obscured by countless floral tattoos that covered her. Again. She rose up, causing numerous fighter puppets to appear. With a light roar, she charged out. Chapter 710. Jack's expression solidified, a coldness rarely seen on him manifesting. His gaze leaving Lionel, he slowly slid on a pair of white crafter gloves, diligently ensuring that each of his fingers reached the very tip before strapping it around his wrist tightly. With a clap of his hands, a crafter table appeared before him. Its size was about the same as Lionel's. However, the materials it was constructed of were easily seen through by Lionel, whereas he was unable to replicate that same feat with his own. Lionel was aware that a crafter's workbench should be as inseparable from himself as his crafter gloves, force art quill, and his familiar. But, to this point, at least while following his father's training regime, Lionel hadn't had to rely heavily on his workbench. At the moment, it was just a convenient place for him to sit at. For the current Lionel, whether he had a table to sit at or if he was crafting mid-air, he could do both just as efficiently and without a single issue. Working at his own pace without a care in the world, Jack carefully wiped down his workbench, cleaning every nook and cranny as though he was trying to please a lover. Despite this, his expression only seemed to be growing colder, his hands grew more steady and unhurried. Eventually, he reached a state where he seemed to forget all that there was. Lionel silently observed, displaying at least this modicum of etiquette. When it came to other matters of the dimensional verse, he might have been clueless about a lot of things. But, when it came to force crafting, there was rarely if anything he could come across without understanding. This sort of ritual might have seemed useless, but almost every force crafter had one. It helped them to settle their minds and center their focus. Those that completed this meditation ritual would always perform better than they otherwise would. Lionel's father had suggested he get himself such a ritual, formerly known as a crafter's meditation, to help himself as well. But, Lionel had never bothered. When it came to losing himself and becoming absolutely focused, there was likely no one better at it than Lionel. Still, Lionel found it to be oddly therapeutic watching Jack like this, and his tone of seriousness was raised another notch. For a man who thought so little of Lionel, for him to still go so far as to complete his meditation so seriously. It could only be said that Biennala, despite being a vile man, at least took his crafting as a matter close to his heart. Jack slapped his hands together in a sudden and abrupt movement. In that moment, a flurry of flames shot from out of his palms, dancing about in small spheres of fire like miniature spirits. Lionel's eyes lit up when he saw this, a gentle smile spreading across his face. This was the very first spirit he had ever seen aside from little Tolly. No, this wasn't a true spirit, it was a spirit embryo. Spirit embryos were much more common than true spirits and could be considered to be the second best choice for those that couldn't afford true spirits. Spirit embryos essentially gave a crafter all the same freedom a true spirit did, but with a few limitations. For one, a true spirit could grow indefinitely, but a spirit embryo had a very stringent ceiling. Secondly, True spirits had intelligence and life while spirit embryos did not. And, finally, true spirits were much more fluid in their usage, whereas spirit embryos were more difficult to control and guide. A later training regiment Lionel's dad suggested was using a spirit embryo should his crafting ever reach a bottleneck. The increased difficulty would give him more room to improve within his realm. Lionel couldn't help but be fascinated. In fact, so was little Tolly, who peeked out from his wrist. If Jack hadn't been so focused on his craft, he would have definitely been shocked out of his wits seeing a true spirit. However, by now, he had already blocked out all distractions. I guess it's time we start, HM? Little Tolly? Blop bloop, what did you say? I heard that Lionel challenged Elder Biennala to a duel amongst crafters. There's already a large crowd gathering around Blackstar, and it seemed like Elder Biennala is going all out. Sale listened to the voice through the intercom of her training room, her expression flickering. Ever since she was defeated by Hephaestus, she realized just how much she was lacking. She had spent so much time worrying about trying to keep Valiant Heart together that she neglected her own strength. Ultimately, it ended up being her own weakness that led to the downfall of Valiant Heart. The words Lionel had spoken that day continuously rang in her mind like two hammers smashing continuously against her skull and pulling at the strings of her heart. They were truly quite pathetic, were they not? They wanted Lionel's help, but were too cowardly to ask for it. They wanted to keep the status quo but weren't brave enough to fight for it. They wanted Valiant Heart to survive into the future, but they were actively allowing it to rot right before their eyes. Sale realized after all of this introspection that she didn't even hate Raylion as much as she should. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact he slandered her master and dragged his name through the mud, she might not hate him at all. Unlike her, he was willing to do something, to fight for something. Even if the end goal was to fulfill his own ambition, ultimately, his ambition was to rule over Valiant Heart. Would he want to take on a crumbling faction? Of course not. In his own way, Raylion was trying to force Valiant Heart to rise up again, just like she was. It was just that while she was passive, he was willing to fight. For Sale, this was a complete shift in her mentality. It was also why even after awaking from her injuries, she never went to seek out Lionel. Still, now suddenly hearing about all of this, Sale was suddenly left feeling somewhat expectant. If there was anything that represented the old order of Valiant Heart, it was most definitely Biennala. He hoarded so many resources and so much knowledge for himself, working the students under him to the bone even if they had talent. He was the product of a system that was fundamentally rotting from the inside out. Then there was Lionel. He always seemed to tiptoe the line of rule breaker and law-abiding student, testing the limits as he pleased without a worry in the world. He was the budding talent of their Valiant Heart, trying to push through the oppressive rule of those who got here before him. Sale felt like she couldn't miss this. She rushed to a corner of her training room, turning on a blisteringly cold shower head and getting rid of every ounce of sweat on her lovely body. The tattoos that covered her faded back to fair, delicate skin, her wet hair clinging to the curve of her breasts. Not long later, she shot out of the training room in her uniform, her hair still dripping wet. Without a word, she grabbed onto Jerson's wrist and shot out. Let's go. History's being made. Jerson couldn't hope to resist against this senior sister of his and could only be dragged along. The crowd grew larger and larger, yet the silence seemed to only become more deafening. Many present couldn't even understand the intricacies of crafting and craftsmen. Yet, for some reason, they all held their breaths. In a distance restaurant, in a glass-walled room tall enough to see Blackstar from its vantage point, a familiar young man sat. Before him, a massive plate of over a meter in length and at least half that in width sat. Despite being so large, though, the meat that sat on it still hung off its side, dripping aromatic juices. All signs pointed toward this young man being barbarian of sorts, but he was the exact opposite. He had a plain-looking, but cleanly shaven face. He wasn't very tall, being only about 58 inch if he stood from his position. And he was quite normal in stature, neither being too lean nor too fat. He dug into the carcass of meat before him not with ferocity, but with a noble air. It seemed almost odd having such a large piece of meat being eaten with fork and knife as though a normal steak. The young man turned his gaze toward the projection in the distance from time to time, a contemplative look deep within his eye. Who else could this young man be if not the hero? Raylion? On the ground floor beneath Blackstar, yet another group stood. This one was of two more familiar figures, Henoran and the busty Balthorn. Somehow, despite the fact all the others had been arrested a few days ago after exiting the tunnels along with Hallis, these two stood here just fine. Balthorn sighed. WHYD you have to choose Big Brother's shop of all of them? Chapter 711. In that moment, as though a ball had dropped, the movement of Jack and Lionel's hands became blinding. Anyone who might have thought that their skill would be too far apart immediately felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dropped over their heads. In fact, none of them were fools and many of them had eyes sharp enough to see through to the truth. Lionel's hand motion was slower than Jack's, but his finger speed and dexterity was more than just a single level beyond. By this point, Lionel had long since moved on from the beginner-level techniques he used when he first started as a force crafter. His every action carried an air of sophistication and purpose he hadn't had before. Years of simulations layered themselves in his every action, creating the image of an expert amongst experts. Lionel's fingers rapidly oscillated, little Tolly following the rhythm of his digits. The polished glass in his hands vibrated, its impurities being brought to the surface to be systematically cut off one after another. When Lionel first began, he didn't have the skill to do this. As such, he could only use little Tolly like a glorified flame spirit, using the little guy's ability to agitate the chemical structure of ores to raise its temperature. It was a simple concept. Heat actually reflected itself in the activity of atoms. By using this principle, Lionel was able to heat his ores to incredibly precise levels, making use of sometimes even 1 or 2 degree differences in melting point to separate out impurities. Though this level of control over heat was far beyond what a flame spirit wielder could hope to match, it was still considered a crude technique to Lionel's father. This alone was able to make the value of a metal spirit clear. A flame spirit wielder would only be able to gradually heat an entire Oregon little Tolly, however, as long as the ore was within a reasonable size, a size that was steadily growing as the little guy continued to evolve under Lionel's constant nurturing, could cause the same change to occur through the ore simultaneously. Being able to control the temperature of an entire ore to incredibly precise levels. Well, it didn't need to be explained anymore just how useful this would be. Still, there were many downfalls to the use of this technique. Ultimately, the heating and cooling of an ore would inevitably cause changes. One of the most useful techniques in changing the strength and structure of a chemical bond is the clever usage of heating and cooling. Even if the purpose of the original heating would be to remove impurities, this wouldn't stop the ore from being affected in other ways. These subtle changes wouldn't be a big deal to a beginner. However, to an expert, every introduced variable was a tick away from the perfect product they sought. This problem, though, was only one for those who didn't have special spirits. This technique was called centrifugal oscillation, and was considered to be a technique only silver crafters could use. But at that moment, Lionel brought it out with all the confidence of the world. He first used little Tolly to separate the several ores of the polished glass before him into several head-sized pieces. One after another, he picked them up. For a moment, it would seem to hang in the air, suspended upon nothing. Then in the next instant, it would begin to vibrate. This technique required delicate control. Vibration, especially at these high levels, could also cause a transfer of heat. However, this was where the special properties of the metal spirit came into play. A unique push and pull effect was created. Little Tolly placed the ores in a half-digested state, giving the metal a level of fluidity it would never have in its natural state, almost making it like metallic liquid. The result was a fluid far thicker than oil, even faintly beyond the consistency of peanut butter or molasses. However, this fluid state resulted in two things. First, the metal's ability to retain heat plummeted and its specific heat skyrocketed. The changes caused by vibrations were negligible. Secondly, the consistency of the pure metal and its impurities would have varying changes. As long as Lionel locked onto a particular frequency, he would use a combination of vibration and centrifugal force impurities to the surface. The best part about this technique is that it put all ores in an inert state. Even the usually violent polished glass became like a docile kitten between Lionel's fingers. It was only at that moment that the members of Polished Glass realized how casually Lionel had taken his previous time with them. He had most definitely not used this technique with them before. But there was a very obvious reason for this. Little Tolly was still an infant and functioned on his instincts most of the time. Even up to now, little Tolly's intelligence was still far beneath that of little Blackstar. Using this technique for the little guy was akin to bringing a foodie to the best restaurant in the world, then telling them that they could only taste the food, but not swallow. Now imagine trying to control the impulses of a toddler to do the same. It was a tremendous strain on Lionel's focus to do this. However, he had already decided to go all out. In just 10 minutes, several tons of polished glass had been purified to the point they shimmered of white. In fact, if one looked closely, it would even be possible to find flecks of gold hidden within. That was it. The perfect refinement stage. Despite the hint of fatigue between his brows, a grin was spread across his face. His smile beamed, leaving many in a daze. Even as Biennala was still working on his first few refinements, Lionel had already moved on. His target? The knife. On the outside, the crowd was left completely stunned, especially the force crafters among them. For a layman, what they saw was enough to be shocked. However, for them, it felt like they were watching the work of a deity. Is that a metal spirit? Chapter 7:12. Biennala's two wives, especially, were shaken to their core. They had already decided that Lionel must be of an elite-class family just for knowing of the existence of the craftsman duel. However, the scene before them made them realize just how true this had to be. They didn't have enough knowledge to know whether what Lionel wielded was a true metal spirit or a metal spirit embryo, but regardless, an embryonic metal spirit was worth more than even many true spirits. Still, after some were shocked that Lionel was actually ahead of Biennala, many realized that he seemed to be quite tired. Did he overextend himself trying to show off? On the top of a distant building, Sale frowned. However, when she saw Lionel's grin, something about it made her brain switch off. It was as though it said, "I've won." Jack was completely lost in his own world. He had no idea about Lionel's progress, nor did he care to know. He carefully rolled the polished glass between his fingers, making sure that there was an even distribution of heat. Then, with practiced movements, he began to roll the metal within the many wells of his workbench. This allowed him to press the metal out, forcing a new surface to the top. Whenever he spotted a new impurity, he would target it with his embryonic flame spirit, burning it to ash and separating it out. His hands were a blur. Compared to Kayla, who had to sweat every single step, Jack was a master of his craft, plowing through the refinement stage with a deft pace. If it wasn't for the fact Lionel was contrasting him, his speed would have definitely been a point of shock. 20 minutes after Lionel, Jack managed to finish, moving on to his first craft. The knife and the short sword had a thin line of separation between them. However, what was most important for either was their light weight, their sharp edges, and, most importantly, their balance. Thinking through this, Jack believed he had decided on a perfect path. By now, though, Lionel had long since begun and was only putting the finishing touches. Despite the fatigue between his brows, his speed didn't seem to slow in the slightest. In fact, it even seemed to faintly increase. Lionel knew, much like Biennala, that the knife category also encompassed short swords. Without hesitation, he began to make a 1.5 foot long blade. Polished glass was the best for its edges and sharpness. Lionel believed that a short sword could more easily take advantage of this. However, the striking differences between his actions and that of Jack's once again left the crowd in silence. Jack had to melt his refined metal down, delicately picking out molds and using the wells of his workbench to fine-tune the final product down to his specifications. But Lionel. All he had to do was send a perfect image of what he wanted to little Tolly through his dream world. In the blink of an eye, little Tolly would envelop the appropriate amount of refined metal, and by the time the little guy released, a perfect mold would be left behind. To the eyes of a layman, it looked like Lionel was cheating. Only the force crafters in the audience, who were well aware of how difficult it was to control metal spirits, stood in awe, their hands trembling. Lionel, however, couldn't be bothered to consider the thoughts of those on the outside. Whether they believed he cheated or not didn't matter to him. What was most important was that they knew Blackstar existed, and that they knew if he could cheat, then how could he possibly have made a faulty product? I'll add a force art to help its swiftness. If I modify this force art like this, I'll be able to gather the wind's momentum behind it with each successive combo it lands, effectively giving it a small wind domain. This sword has an incredibly thin blade, but polished glass is too brittle in such large quantities. I'll give it a heat treatment and space out some force arts to make it more ductile. Most importantly, I'll add an impact dispersal force art. I should probably use this dispersal art on the rest as well. A saber is heavier than a sword, it'll be more difficult to forge out of polished glass. I'll add a strong curve to it. With that, the force on the blade will be applied in increments rather than all at once. I'll modify the dispersal art. The battle axe is actually much easier than the saber in this rare case. The blade of a battle axe would be just as large as a saber, but it has a more defined structure to support it. If I make the blade especially thin as the edge and widen it very gradually, there'll be a natural force dispersal. It will slice through anything thanks to its weight and sharpness long before the structure fails. Just to be cautious though, I'll add, polished glass has none of the flexibility a staff needs. I need something more than just dispersal arts for this. I need to change the whole structure. Alright, I'll hollow out the center and weave a double helix structure down its middle and fuse it to the inner wall of the staff. I'll add dispersal arts at all the joints of the double helix, making the structure even stronger. Lionel worked one miracle after another, his smile becoming brighter and brighter. If others didn't know better, they would think that he was actually recovering the longer he worked. But that was exactly what was happening. Compared to using a technique reserved for silver crafters, this was like a walk in the park for Lionel. His dream force was recovering far faster than he was using it at this moment, so how could he not be getting better and better? The moment Lionel finished his staff, he rose it high with a triumphant pride. He swung it down with all his force. Under the astonished eyes of all the crafters present, the staff bowed under his strength. Yet, the brittle polished glass showed not a single sign of snapping. Lionel grinned, satisfied. The double helix structure could be seen through the transparent casing of polished glass. It gave those watching on the feeling of watching a work of art rather than a weapon. Then, Lionel sat with his 5 weapons before him, a calm smile on his face. However, those who knew the rules of the one or weapon medley suddenly had warped expressions. Why did he stop? Wasn't this too arrogant? Chapter 713. Jack had not a single clue that Lionel had finished. His hands continued to move at their same steady and quick pace, his expression unhurried, and his brows focused. However, it wasn't long before everyone began to realize that something was wrong, even those who were completely uninformed on matters of force crafting. Everyone had expected things to come to a conclusion after Jack completed his staff. But, rather than doing this, Jack continued on to diligently and calmly complete a spear, then a glaive, then he even completed a halberd before he came to a stop. His brows furrowed in thought for at least a half hour before he shook his head. He couldn't think of any way to complete a bow with just a single oar. He might be able to apply some principles he used to forge his flexible polearms to make the main body of the bow. But, not only did he feel like it would be no good, he couldn't even begin to think of a method to forge the bowstring out of polished glass. Any attempt he made would end in failure, that he was certain of. Realizing this, Jack finally allowed his gaze to regain focus. He stretched his body, feeling only a slight tinge of fatigue. But, if he needed to, even doing this 10 more times wouldn't be much of an issue. After all, he was a fifth-dimensional existence while this was nothing more than a few Tier 6 treasures. Jack looked up for the first time to find Lionel sitting in silent meditation. His lip twitched. Had this brat really finished before him? But, when he saw the mere 5 weapons before Lionel, his brows raised. His first thought was that Lionel had been stumped when it was time to form his spear, much like he had been stumped at the forming of a bow. After all, Lionel was just a kid. It didn't make much sense for him to be proficient in so many weapons. Compared to the sword, the spear was a much rarer weapon in terms of how many used it. The learning curve needed to learn it was far more difficult. However, when Jack's gaze landed on Lionel's staff, he froze. A moment later, fury lit his features, a wild force whipping out from his body. Boy! Lionel, who had been in meditation, frowned and opened his eyes. Though he seemed to be mostly able to ignore Jack's pressure, he still didn't like the feeling. It made him feel as though a bucket of honey was being dropped over his head. The stickiness and discomfort was about the same. "You're finished?" Lionel said plainly. "Are you trying to humiliate me? Do you think that I'm so simple to handle?" Lionel's frown deepened. "If you want to take it that way, I can't stop you from doing so." Jack's chest bellowed, heaving up and down. It might have been a nice side had he been a woman, but unfortunately, he was just an old man who had lost himself to his rage. If before Lionel wasn't already certain that Jack had some terrible memory surrounding craftsman duels, he was certain now. This man was usually much too good at hiding his intentions to be acting like this due to what he thought was a single slight. However, Jack thought he had a reason to be infuriated. The spear was indeed more complex than the staff, but the principles behind their creation was almost identical. The main difference was in the blade and in ensuring that the spear was properly balanced even with such an addition. Seeing that design of Lionel's staff, Jack's immediate thought was, genius. For several seconds, the equivalent to an eternity for a person with his power, he couldn't take his eyes off of it. At that moment, he understood that Lionel was looking down on him. For him to complete exactly 5 weapons, just enough to claim victory in a medley with 9 rounds. It was nothing short of abject humiliation. How could he not be furious? Lionel could only sigh. This sort of disrespect was something he would never do, especially when Jack was giving him a high level of respect back. The 2 most important pillars of Lionel's life were respect and persistence, concepts his father had long since ingrained into his very being. How, then, could he slap Jack's face when it wasn't warranted? He would always return the same energy he was given. Unfortunately, though, this time, there was really nothing Lionel could do. Creating a weapon meant embodying its spirit at every step. If there was a way Lionel could circumvent this, he would. But, for a spear master like himself to create a spear, it was impossible for his spear force to not take center stage. The moment this happened, whatever he was working on would shatter no matter what step of the process he was at. Trying to force this not to happen would be akin to trying to use the silver grade technique on a much higher level than he was currently. Such a thing would drain him completely. Even if he did succeed, the product would be faulty since he didn't put his heart into it. And, beyond that, his stamina would have been completely drained in the attempt, meaning he wouldn't be able to continue to make more anyway. No matter how he looked at it, it simply wasn't worth it. "Bring out your knife." Jack restrained his voice, reining in his emotions. Since this brat wanted to play, he would play. He would make sure he was crushed so thoroughly that he could never raise his head again. Lionel reached out a hand, causing the short sword to zip into his palm. He swung it lightly, causing the wind in the surroundings to sing. Before the first round even began, just looking at this scene, Jack's expression sunk. At that moment, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 7:14. Jack's face turned completely ashen. The crowd on the outside hadn't even gotten to say a thing when they noticed his uncontrollable trembling. However, the process had already begun. Elder Bienala's badge, which was still on the ground beside Lionel's force crafting glove, suddenly began to glow. With a subtle sweep, a gentle energy rose Lionel's short sword up to meet Jack's knife. Jack gripped his fists, calming his breathing. Polished glass was used to refine edges of blades, normally. As a result, it was known for its sharpness, but lacked in other important qualities like ductility. Due to this, it could become extremely brittle when used in large quantities. As an expert crafter, Jack, of course, knew this. So he tried his best to limit the size of his crafts. When he saw that Lionel had made a short sword, he almost snorted in contempt. In fact, he would have had he not instantly been shocked by Lionel's staff. But at this moment, he couldn't find the heart to sneer. The gentle energy exuding from the badge rose up both short sword and knife. Soon, both weapons began to tremble. The weapons medley tests all came in two parts. The first testing the structural integrity of the craft while the second tested its strength. This trembling was a part of the first test. Different frequencies of energy would be poured into the two weapons at varying speeds. Gentle and long streams of force, fast and choppy, large and abrupt. The integrity of the blades would be put through a gauntlet. However, this gauntlet was only a preliminary test. The threshold that needed to be met would be decided by the level of the badge of the craftsman. As such, both Lionel and Jack were being tested by the standard of a Tier 9 crafter. Unfortunately, for Jack, this round was nothing short of torture because he knew that the true test was only coming. In that moment, the trembling finally came to a stop. Jack felt his heart was in his throat as the two weapons were raised against one another. Then they collided. Clang. Crip. TSSS. Ding. Silence felt as half a blade clattered to the ground. Jack watched on with a vacant expression as his knife was sliced through. It felt as though his soul had left his body. Kayla and the others were at a loss for words. Let alone them, every member of the audience looked like they had seen a ghost. Many had to pinch themselves to make certain that they were still awake. Lionel opened his palm, allowing his short sword to fly back to his hand. Bloop blip, Lionel chuckled. Yes, yes. You did good. That. Metal spirit? Jack was unlike his wives. Not only was he personally here in the flesh, he had more knowledge. There was not a single doubt in his mind what he was looking at. All sorts of emotions shot through his body. Astonishment. Shock. Despair. Greed. This metal spirit, just how much was it worth? If he had it and sold it, let alone enough resources to enter the bronze grade, he might not have to worry for a thing well into the silver grade. Of course, Biennala was being delusional. Whether or not he still had the talent to become a silver grade existence was still unknown, yet he was counting his chickens before they hatched. Before he could do much of anything, though, their two swords rose out as one. They began to tremble just like the others but soon stopped to be set against each other. Clang. Clang. Crip. TSSS. Ding. Jack's sword only lasted 2 strikes. Ding. His saber only lasted 1. Ding. His battle axe managed to last 3. 2 staffs rose into the air. On one side, there was Lionel's double helix encased structure. On the other, there was Jack's cut-out spine design. Much like each of the clashes before, Jack's weapon was only a fraction the weight of Lionel's. And it showed. After a single strike, Jack already heard his spine structure crack. The sound was so jarring that he felt for a moment as though it was his own back that had snapped. The second strike bent Jack's staff out of shape. If it wasn't for his spine structure, the weapon itself would have already long since collapsed. But this only meant that it didn't stand a chance on the third strike. 5 weapons. 5 losses. Jack was so shell-shocked that he wasn't even sure how to react. Shouldn't it have been close? Shouldn't there have been some suspense? Some intrigue? Some small bit of face left for him? This must be the power of a metal spirit. It must. It must. Jack's pupils flickered between greed, rage, and another emotion. He might not have recognized it himself, but his wives most certainly had. It was sadness. Seems I overestimated him a bit. Lionel couldn't help but think this to himself. This was the first time he had seen the standard of a supposed expert that was meant to be on his level. Though Lionel was close to the skill of a bronze crafter, he had still yet to actually craft one, so it could be said that he and Biennala were at about the same level. If he had known the gap was so large, he wouldn't have wasted time using a silver-grade technique that took so much out of him. Are you convinced? Lionel asked. Jack, however, didn't seem capable of responding. He stared blankly at Lionel. The silence of the crowd was palpable. From the very beginning, most never breathed a word, watching this all play out in complete silence. The freshmen, and even many white belts and blue belts watching on, felt as though something had clicked in their minds. Something about their demeanors shifted. Though it was subtle, it was there. However, before they could fully grasp onto that feeling, Jack finally spoke again, his eyes almost reddened with a tinge of madness. Your metal spirit. Give it to me. Give it to me now. Chapter 7:15. Kayla's expression changed, a strong worry taking over her heart. Yet, at that moment, Jack's aura was so stifling that she couldn't speak even if she wanted to. For Arte, who had been caught up in the mess since the very beginning, he could only smile bitterly. Was this really how things were going to end? Lionel would have had a better chance if he didn't allow Jack in at all. At least in that case, he might be able to argue that his shop was razed to the ground and get himself some compensation. However, even with all this worrying around him, Lionel didn't seem to react much to Jack's demand nor his fiery gaze. This seems to be a running theme with those of you who hold power in this place. Lionel replied. You all believe that you can just do anything you want. Jack took a step forward. If it wasn't for his own workbench blocking his way, his hand would already be on Lionel's throat. But, this sort of small obstacle wouldn't hold him back for very long, if at all. The only reason Jack was still showing a modicum of restraint was because he was well aware of how dangerous true spirits were, especially metal spirits. Though he could protect himself with his force, he also knew that this wouldn't last long. What would ultimately happen is that the metal spirit would eat through him and enter its overeating phase. If that sort of frenzy happened here, it would be a wonder if anyone could stop it. He needed Lionel to hand it over willingly and without a choice, making the little spirit believe that this was just another part of its tasks. After that, brainwashing and making the metal spirit forget Lionel was just a matter of time. With how gluttonous such spirits were, it would only require a large amount of food. As for the idea that Lionel wouldn't hand it over, Jack didn't even think of such a thing. Did a third-dimensional ant have the right to resist him? Unfortunately, Jack had no idea that on the outside of the shop, the faces of his two wives were growing uglier and uglier by the second. At this point, the two didn't even dare to look around for fear of meeting a gaze they didn't dare to match. The silence of the audience was just the same, but the atmosphere was completely different. Maybe in the past many wouldn't react like this seeing someone powerful assert their dominance. But, for some reason, many in the crowd felt a discomfort down to their very bones at that moment, as though something fundamental about their ideologies was shifting. Give me the metal spirit, boy. Jack practically growled. Lionel indifferently remained in his seated position. Do you think the reason I defeated you is because of my metal spirit? Don't you think your actions right now are a bit sad? Even an elder can't take their loss in stride? Lionel's words seemed to hit Jack's sore spot. However, this time, Biennala didn't answer. He took another step forward, even sliding his own workbench out of the way. Lionel sighed and shook his head. Jack's footsteps suddenly froze. An image of what was being projected to the outside alongside an image of the crowd appeared above him, causing his face to twist and distort. He suddenly realized now why Lionel felt so calm. How could he actually not notice that he was being recorded? How long had this been going on for? How much had they seen? When Jack locked onto the faces of his wives, he realized that the situation wasn't good. However, wasn't it already too late? Since these people had already seen his true face, who cared anymore? What was a position in valiant heart worth in comparison to a metal spirit? Just a single metal spirit could probably buy out this entire world. Give it to me. Jack growled, his patience had run this. A swirl of endless emotions threatened to erupt outward as he took another step toward Lionel. But, it was exactly this step that made him freeze once again. He didn't even manage to take a second at all. He felt his aura disperse as a strong spatial force locked onto him. He realized in that moment that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a single inch. Lionel continued to sit with an indifferent look on his face as though he always knew Jack wouldn't be able to take those final steps. You should be embarrassed to call yourself an elder. Lionel continued coldly. Since you don't seem to be convinced, it'll make you convinced. Little Tolly. Blop bloop. Lionel snatched a refined piece of polished glass. His fingers began to move, gradually picking up steam as though they were doing nothing but warming up. In what felt like not even 10 minutes, the arc of a bow appeared before all their eyes. It curved along an elegant path and stood at 2 meters tall. In addition, it had the very same double helix pattern Lionel had used for his staff, sparkling and reflecting the gentle blacks of the second floor. You must have felt that it was possible to make the bow's body, but its string is what you couldn't figure out how to do, correct? Lionel seemed to be asking a question. But, judging by the fact his hands never stopped, it seemed he didn't care to receive an answer at all. Jack clenched his jaw, his eyes reddening. But, even to this point, he couldn't move a single inch. Hey, erase the difference between you and I. Lionel took what remained of the refined ore and separated them out in small fingernail-sized balls in the blink of an eye. Snatching one, he had one of little Tolly's many parts envelope it completely. Pinching his fingers, Lionel began to oscillate them back and forth, slowly pulling his hands apart as the ball quickly became a long string so thin it could hardly be seen. Lionel repeated this exact process over 100 times. His precision was so perfect that each and every thin string of polished was exactly 5 atoms wide. But they were simultaneously as brittle as glass. Just a single touch could make any one of them snap. Just what was he thinking? Chapter 7:16. Little Tolly split into over 100 small pieces, coating each and every one of the fragile pieces. For a moment, it looked as though Lionel had 100 long lines of silver stacked before him. Then, with a thought, they began to twist relative to one another. First they combined in groups of 5, twisting into a thicker line. Then, those groups of 5 combined with 3 others like them to form groups of 4. Finally, those full bundles of 20 came together, forming a final line. All the while, Lionel's quill moved like lightning. His movements were so controlled and precise that he didn't have to pause little Tolly's actions even a single time. He was absolutely perfect. When little Tolly finally slipped out from and revealed the final product, Jack felt as though his eyes were about to bulge. However, as though he didn't notice, Lionel calmly attached the newly made bowstring to its body and lightly pulled. The twang of a bowstring seemed to pluck at the hearts of all those who saw it. Bloop blop. Little Tolly's many parts came together as one and happily landed on Lionel's hands, snaking around his fingers until it snuggled around his wrist. It was only at that moment that Jack realized that Lionel hadn't used his force crafting gloves from beginning to end. He clenched his jaw, but still couldn't move an inch. "I'm not one to be bullied in silence," Lionel said. "Seniors like you can't be considered my senior." Who knows whether it was by design or coincidence, but Lionel didn't call Biennala elder this time. His message couldn't have been more clear. "I was lucky this time because my force crafting saved me. But it's impossible to tell what would happen if I was on the outside. I can only hope that there's a swift and justified punishment." Lionel's plain words were like hammers to Jack's heart. Unfortunately for the latter, he was soon forcefully teleported out. Jack appeared on the outside, finally regaining control of his body. His first instinct was to blast all the energy he had been holding in toward the shop. But, before he got a chance to, he felt like several eyes had landed on him. Jack's aura completely deflated. His rage had nowhere to vent itself and his embarrassment seemed to have only increased by several times over. Without a word, he turned and sliced through the crowd on his way out just as the picture above Blackstar reverted back to its silver and black emblem. The crowd all watched silently as Biennala, followed by his 2 wives, departed. Though none of them said a word, somehow, the silent condemnation was even worse than receiving a verbal barrage. On a distant rooftop, Sail watched on in silence. She didn't even notice when her eyes had begun to brim with tears. "What are you crying about?" Jerson frowned, looking at Sail as though she had lost her mind. What was wrong with this senior sister of his? Jerson didn't like Lionel very much to begin with for obvious reasons. Plus, he also didn't know much about force crafting. He just barely knew enough to know that it was impressive for Lionel to defeat Biennala, but he didn't quite know how impressive. What he felt, though, was even if this was a pinnacle achievement, it definitely shouldn't be anything worth crying like this over, right? The only thing that truly shocked Jerson was the fact Lionel was actually able to send a 5th-dimensional existence packing without lifting a single finger. Sail wiped her eyes with a forearm and smiled, not bothering to explain in too much depth. Jerson didn't quite get it because he was one of the few who would have fought for his rights against his seniors regardless. Even when he found out Lionel had a great background, he disdained him more than respected him. In the mind of a talent like Jerson, he could already fight for everything he wanted, so Lionel's words made no difference to him. However, if everyone was like Jerson, the organization would have never fallen to this point to begin with. By now, it had little to do with him and everything to do with those below. She didn't know what Lionel had done, and she had a strong feeling that this was definitely not the first time he had planted such seeds, but the result was something she was seeing right before her eyes now. He's doing all of this just for revenge toward a person who didn't even dare to say his name. How good would it be if he was doing all of this for less petty reasons? What result would there be if he did it because he loved Valiant Heart? In another distant building, Raylion finished the last of his meat, leaving behind nothing but an exceptionally clean plate of bone. These petty tricks are meaningless if you don't have the strength to back them up. As quickly as you can light a fire in their bellies, they can just as quickly be extinguished. Lionel collapsed to the ground the moment the images disappeared. Compared to his previous appearance, his current look was pitiful. In fact, he looked as though he had placed a step into a long-since-prepared coffin. He had really outdone himself this time. He could have just sent Jack out right after locking him down, but he had insisted on making his bow first. If it wasn't for the fact that Jack had been so focused on his craft and forgot to struggle with all his might, Lionel really would have collapsed first. Lionel was able to rely on a combination of his divine armor and his prepared force arts to barely deal with a single weak 5th-dimensional existence in a prepared environment. But, in order not to reveal his divine armor too early, he put even greater strain on himself that he needed to. Now, the world around him was completely blurry. Even as Lionel's consciousness faded, his lips still curled. He could consider Phase 1 over. Now came the fun part. His fists were really itching. Chapter 717. If there was ever such a thing as rolling in merit points, Lionel had definitely reached the epitome. The sales his shop reached day in and day out could make even some elders bleed. Of course, much of these merit points went toward buying more materials to sell even more. However, even with this being the case, the profits alone were astronomical. There was simply no other place in Valiant City where they could get such cheap high-level weapons. It could be said that Lionel single-handedly raised the strength of all black and white belts by at least a level. As for blue belts, due to the fact he never sold weapons above the Tier 7 level, their strength remained about the same. When Blackstar truly began to pick up steam, the Or factions made their move, each signing contracts with Lionel. Like this, Lionel didn't even have to worry about acquiring ores himself. Every week, he would receive a large supply of his own. It was no surprise, then, that the ones who suffered the most were the King of Ores faction. Not only had Lionel used their foundation to build the impenetrable Black Star, but they obviously couldn't sign a contract with Lionel, who was now effectively holding what amounted to about a 10 to 20% share of the ore market. This didn't seem large, but when it was considered that most of the customers the ore factions had came from merchants of the Milky Way, the fact Lionel managed to swallow up such a large share was enough to make anyone mad with greed. All of this said, there was only so large such a small shop could grow. Even setting aside the fact that 70% of all the sold weapons, armors, and consumables were crafted by Lionel personally, Valiant Heart was only so large and there were only so many students. Of course, the consumable and repair market kept the merit points flowing in droves. But even with this accounted for, there was a cap. This cap, however, wasn't a bad thing. In fact, Lionel had accounted for its existence. What Lionel wanted the most out of this place was a method to cure Aina. That was his main goal. His so-called revenge against Raylion and Hephaestus was nothing more than a blip on his radar. He hardly took them seriously. In order to do this, he needed to bring the segmented cube to Phase 3. If the shop kept growing to infinity, it would be difficult for him to find time to do any of this. Up to now, the cube had been slowly absorbing the fifth-dimensional force in the atmosphere. However, at this pace, it would still take several years to finish. If it wasn't for Lionel running into a force eruption, the segmented cube might very well still be in Phase 1. There were two methods that Lionel could think to accomplish this. The first were force crystals. It had to be remembered that the cause of the force eruption Lionel faced was a force crystal mine. Each force crystal presented a high concentration of force. This might speed up the process. The issue with this, though, was that Valiant Heart Mountain keeps a tight lid on all fifth-dimensional resources. Whether it was ores, herbs, or anything of the like, students like Lionel would never have a chance to lay hands on them. And this made sense from Valiant Heart's perspective. After all, what would fourth-dimensional brats do with such resources? They'd probably end up selling them off to their enemies. To the elders of Founding Peak, fifth-dimensional resources were all strategic. It was they that decided how strong or weak their Valiant Heart would be. They couldn't possibly be allowed to reach the hands of others. Of course. It wasn't necessarily impossible for Lionel to lay hands on a fifth-dimensional force crystal. He was certain that Valiant Heart had at least one vault of such treasures. In order to access them, he just had to become a bronze crafter. He didn't believe he couldn't exchange fifth-dimensional weapons for these resources. In fact, the elders of Valiant Heart might fight over him just like their students were. However, there was another issue with this. In order to practice with bronze crafting, Lionel needed fifth-dimensional ores. Theoretically, thanks to his ability, he could dream sculpt such ores and practice in his dream world. But, to do that, he would need to actually lay eyes on them first. By now the problem was obvious. Lionel had a workaround, though. If he dream sculpted the bronze spears in his spear domain, then broke them down to the ores that made them up, he could then practice enough in his dream world to break through. But, the logistics of that were more difficult than they seemed. Luckily, there was another option. The more Lionel learned about the Valiant Heart Zone, the more intrigued he became. According to Kayla, the training rooms that Valiant Heart were so proud of, even the one Lionel took his white belt exam in, were all products of treasures taken from the zone. The rewards for bringing such things out were most definitely not stingy. Knowing this, Lionel was already certain in his choice to enter the Valiant Heart Zone. Who knew, maybe he would find something to directly boost the segmented cube to Phase 3 without having to trade anything in. Blackstar already ensured that Lionel would reach the merit point minimum for entry into the tournament. This tournament would have spots of entry on the line. So, Lionel's only task at this moment was to make sure he was strong enough to snag these spots. Though Lionel had won his battle with Arte, it also taught him that he was still beneath the blue belts in raw strength. With something like Aina's life, he would never let the shave be so close. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, Lionel prepared a training regimen for himself, consulting with the dictionary. His first step was to raise his metal body to its next bottleneck. And now, he finally had access to more ores than he knew what to do with to accomplish exactly that. Chapter 7:18. Lionel sat in a private room, looking at piles of ores that dwarfed his body in size. He had long since finished his work for the day, so he was focused entirely on himself. Of course, with Lionel's level of skill, he could complete even a Tier 7 weapon in barely 10 minutes. As for weapons below that level, he was even faster. Considering how few could actually afford a Tier 7 weapon, he only needed to make a small number a day. So, after about 3 to 4 hours, he had already wrapped up. My metal body is at the lowest Tier 1 right now. The meaning behind this was simple. Lionel's body, when his runes were activated, was as tough as a Tier 1 fourth-dimensional Oregon. Since his foundation was built upon herb ore, the strength of his body scaled along with it. Normally, it would be very difficult to raise his body beyond this. However, Lionel had the puppet master to thank for why this was not the case for him. After absorbing the puppet master's force and healing his body, Lionel's senses picked up on the changes to his body. Though there was no great change to his strength, the bottlenecks he would have experienced all the way up to the Tier 4 level were completely cleared. All Lionel had been missing to improve were the ores themselves, and now he had them. What Lionel had left was a choice of how to progress his metal body. Ultimately, all metal bodies were excellent at defense. How could they not be? Metals and their ores were among the toughest materials in all of existence. However, this didn't mean that there weren't certain choices to be made. It had to be remembered that from this point on, Lionel could give himself affinities through his metal body and his divine armor. His divine armor could be considered to be a temporary boost until he switched to a new one. However, his metal body was permanent and had to be slowly grown over time. But, in this way, much of Lionel's choice had already been made for him. Without a doubt, Lionel's strongest asset was his innate force node and his Scarlet Star force. However, he couldn't even use it without burning himself from the inside out. The best way to deal with this was obvious. Lionel needed to refine his body with star, light and fire elemental ores until his body could withstand his own strength without imploding. After consulting with the dictionary and using some of his own deductions and speculations, Lionel came to a decision. Ores that carried 3 elemental characteristics were too rare and often wouldn't appear in lower dimensions. As such, he could only choose 3 separate ores. The first was Blazing Night Oregon. Right from the very beginning, if others knew that Lionel actually wanted to absorb such a thing into his body, they'd believe him to be a maniac. The ore looked like a crystal with a dancing red-black flame within. Just gazing upon it made one feel as though a shiver was crawling up their spine. Blazing Night ore was a fuel-type ore. Much like how ancient Earth used coal and crude oil, Black Night ore could fall within such a category of combustible energy as well. It was a favorite of force crafters and force pill crafters who might need an extra boost of heat during crucial moments. The method of using this ore was quite special. Rather than actually combusting them, they would be rubbed against an abrasive material until the ore began to give off fine dust particles. These fine dust particles could then be added to a flame in intervals to explosively increase its destructive capability and its heat. Though a flame seemed to be dancing within the crystal-like exterior, it was nothing more than an illusion. The danger wasn't hidden within, it was the entire ore itself. If it came into contact with any heat source. Boom! Yet, Lionel had an entire pile of them stacked up in front of him in what could only be said to be far from a controlled environment. The second ore might be even more dangerous than the last. It was known as refractive gold. Living up to its name, refractive gold was an exceptionally beautiful ore. Beneath the dark blacks and silvers of Lionel's private room, it seemed to dazzle all the more. But, even Lionel didn't dare to bring it out into the sunlight casually. Refractive gold looked like one might imagine a golden crystal to look like. Much like the previous ore, it too looked a bit transparent. But, whereas blazing night ore's danger was an illusion of the eye, refractive gold's danger was completely invisible, until it wasn't. There was no dancing fire within it, but refractive gold had a special structure that could turn even the most benign of light sources into a laser beam capable of obliterating a Tier 4 existence. If a light was trapped by the ore just right, it would bounce around its inner mirrors, before concentrating into a beam that would rival even the best of lasers even the current Earth had to offer. It was safe to say that whoever pioneered the use of this ore as the vessel type or had to be a powerful individual unafraid of such things. Finally, there was the final ore. This one was the rarest of the bunch, and though it was nowhere near as dangerous, it was definitely by far the hardest for Lionel to get his hands on despite also being a fourth-dimensional ore. Technically, this ore was known as Star Core Oregon. And, like herb ore, it was not only a foundational type ore that could form the base of any craft, it also had the same name regardless of its stage of evolution. This ore was produced at the core of any dying star at and above the fourth dimension. As one might expect, it could be found in large quantities. But, even still, due to the difficulty of mining this ore, its price was still sky-high. This fourth-dimensional star core ore would be the foundation of Lionel's metal body. He would absorb 3 parts star core, 2 parts refractive gold, and 1 part blazing night and shoot to Tier 4 in one sweep. Chapter 719. Lionel began to absorb the ores one after another, without a care for how dangerous they were. No matter how volatile they were to others, to Lionel, they only represented strength. In that way he was much more like little Tolly than maybe even he knew. What Lionel most looked forward to, though, wasn't just the strengthening of his body, but rather the synergy his metal body had with his mage core. Under normal circumstances, the absorption of these ores would result in the following changes. Taking in blazing night ore would increase Lionel's ability to suppress the volatility of his scarlet star force. The ore itself had an uncanny ability to remain inert without the presence of flames. When this essence was taken in by Lionel, he too would gain this ability to suppress. Taking in the refractive gold would give Lionel the ability to better control and concentrate. Finally, Star Core was known for its heaviness. It was a foundational type or well known for increasing the weight of a weapon far beyond its proportional size. At the same time, this added weight would both stabilize and increase structural integrity. It could be said that by absorbing Star Core, Lionel was heavily increasing the density of his body and also its defense. This would offset the volatility of Black Knight perfectly and stabilize refractive gold to give him even more control. However, this was only if Lionel hadn't grasped Camelot's magic system for himself. When Lionel formed his mage core, his variant earth affinity did not appear as one of the petals despite the fact space, his weakest affinity should he not use his divine armor, had a flickering black-silver petal for itself. The reason for this was simple. Lionel had made his variant earth affinity the stem and roots of his mage core. This didn't seem like a big deal and even seemed to make sense. After all, what better stabilizing element was there outside of Earth? This was only more so for its metallic variant. However, when Lionel's metal body is taken into consideration, the fundamental nature of this choice comes with implications far more than something so simple. A mage core is the representation of a mage's magic. In Camelot's magic system, it roots a connection between body and spirit, allowing magic to be controlled more like the extension of one's body rather than requiring the use of a force art every time. This was why, after the formation of his mage core, Lionel was able to wield the elements and bend them to his will even without evoking any spells or mage arts. And it was also why even the most basic of spells had gotten a massive boost even without Lionel modifying them. This would be the same for anyone who formed a mage core as long as their affinities were high enough. So what was the difference with Lionel? The core lay in his metal body. Due to the characteristics of his lineage factor, Lionel's mage core and metal body formed a symbiotic relationship where one could feed off the other in an endless feedback loop. This was the fundamental change that occurred when Lionel made his metal variant affinity his root and stem. This meant that whenever Lionel absorbed ores, the changes would occur not just in his body, but in his magic too. To put things as simply as possible, while Lionel's body gained all the aforementioned boosts, his magic subtly changed as well. Or, maybe the changes weren't so subtle at all. First, Lionel's flames gained an explosive characteristic thanks to blazing night. If before they could just emit heat, now they wrought destruction. Even a simple fireball spell from a Tier 4 Lionel would manifest like a nuke being dropped from the skies, maybe not quite so much in strength, but most definitely in feel. The second change to Lionel's magic would be his ability to concentrate his mage arts into incredibly fine beams. This would be especially so for his light elemental magic. Though this effect would be less prominent than the explosive characteristic he would gain, if used properly, it could be even more dangerous than the first change. The third change would be in thanks to Lionel's star core. Though Lionel had yet to learn any star elemental mage arts, not having had the time to research just yet, this wouldn't change the fact that he could still bend the element to his will with just his body alone. He could effectively add an impossible amount of weight behind his every strike with a thought. Yet, as amazing as these changes were, none of them touched upon the most fundamental and most drastic change. And this is where the prowess of this synergy began to show itself. With just a thought, Lionel would be able to cast earth elemental force arts that manifested the character of any one of these ores he was currently absorbing. In fact, if he wanted, he could even form any one of these ores from thin air no differently from how he might have formed an earthen arrow from a mage art in the past. In the past, Lionel's variant earth affinity would add a slight metal sheen to his mage arts. This change would increase the strength of his casts by a measure to be beyond that of a normal earth mage. However, the effect of this was limited. It would strengthen an offensive attack like Earthen Spear, or a defensive art like Grand Bell Construct. However, when it came to other more unique earth elemental arts, it would be useless and even sometimes become a hindrance. However, now Lionel had more control over exactly what variations would occur because he could now evoke specific ores, bringing his earth magic to an entirely new level. With his metal body as his foundation, and his mage core as an equal partner, Lionel believed that should he ever learn how to perfectly integrate his spear force with his magic, he would be undefeatable even amongst those several levels higher than himself. Chapter 720. Lionel felt his strength soar. Beneath his closed eyelids, his eyes flickered with all sorts of colors and even his hair began to dance with a mysterious light. Lionel's skin shimmered like polished metal even beneath the dim lights of his private room. When his eyes opened, though, his gaze was surprisingly calm, albeit far deeper. Looking at the emptiness in front of him, Lionel sighed. Improving his metal body was definitely not cheap. And, even though now he could probably swipe at the air and make more ores, that obviously took stamina. How foolish would it be for him to sap his energy just to gain more energy? Though, it might be useful in battle to heal himself. But, even then, it would be better if he just carried around a store of these ores for those kind of situations. The cost-effectiveness of creating these ores wasn't worth it. However, if it was a matter of using them in a strong attack or defense, that was a different matter entirely. The new mage arts Lionel wanted to create would be centered around these ores. This was why he hadn't gone out of his way to start formulating new mage arts on the level of the fourth dimension just yet. Only this way would he be able to maximize his strength. It seems that now is a perfect time to take Aina's advice and visit the Valiant Hall training rooms. Maybe I can finally get something out of this organization then. But first, Lionel took out a familiar ring. But, he was instantly surprised by the feeling he had when he rolled it in his palm. It feels different. Lionel was certain that this ring hadn't changed at all. His dream sculpt made sure that he wouldn't make such a mistake, and he had long since stored this mysterious ring into his dreamscape. So, the difference was definitely not due to a change in the ring itself, but most definitely a change in Lionel. So it's like this, Lionel's eyes glowed. The moment he touched the ring, he pinpointed many things. First, it was made of fifth-dimensional ores. Second, it was formed of 7 different types of ores on this level. Third, he was able to pick out the exact ores used with a simple touch. Fourth, he was even able to see through some of the smelting and crafting processes the ring had undergone. Lionel felt like if he were to dream sculpt the ring now, it would take him a fraction of the time it did before. What was shocking about this change wasn't the information, because Lionel's dream sculpt had long since informed him of all of this. What was shocking about it was that the information had been transmitted to him in a completely new way. Lionel was certain. His earth affinity had taken a massive leap forward. He had neglected such a simple thing. As Lionel refined his metal body, it seemed that his earth affinity would also increase. But this increase was far more than what Lionel was expecting. The only explanation, then, was the synergy between his metal body and his mage core. At this moment, Lionel felt that he had the equivalent earth affinity to a Morales family genius who had stepped into Tier 9 of their 4th-dimensional metal body. And the feeling was like standing high up on the clouds. Before, Lionel could only control a 10-meter range of space in this 5th-dimensional world. But now, he felt that controlling even 100 meters wouldn't pose much of an issue. Lionel took a deep breath and cleared his mind. Now wasn't the time to get engrossed in such things. "What is this ring?" Lionel finally asked. "Ping," replying to Seed, "it is a key." Lionel raised his eyebrows. "A key to what?" The dictionary didn't respond. Lionel had experienced this once before in the Camelot Zone. It seemed that the dictionary didn't know the answer to this. Though the dictionary somehow knew about the Oryx and their hyper-evolution, but not about this, Lionel wasn't too surprised. From Lionel's understanding, the dictionary didn't know anything like one might expect a database to. In fact, Lionel was certain that the only data within the dictionary were the messages left by his father and his lesson plans. Aside from this, everything else the dictionary knew was based on deductions and scans. If it couldn't scan something to understand it, then it wouldn't have an answer. Lionel was quite astonished when he came to this conclusion because it meant that his father managed to create a device that was even better than his ability at doing what his ability was meant to do. Shaking his head, Lionel recollected himself. "Where are the engravings from?" "Ping, engravings are from a language not yet evolved." Lionel's pupils constricted. At that moment, he understood. A language not yet evolved? That meant that this language already existed, but it had not gained the dialects or quirks of the engravings placed on the ring. The ring deduced that there was a language similar enough to these engravings, but not similar enough that they could be called the same. Almost like a comparison between English and Old English. That could only mean one thing: this ring was from the future. It sounded absolutely ridiculous when Lionel put the only logical deduction into tangible thought. But, oftentimes, the things that less intelligent people couldn't accept were things that those who were could easily. How difficult the concept was to accept didn't matter. All that mattered was that it was the only logical conclusion. As long as this was true, Lionel didn't care even if the dictionary told him that this ring was his son. He would accept it. What he needed to focus on was not how ridiculous the conclusion was, but rather on how to make it make sense. This was what separated the layman from the experts. And for that, Lionel already had an answer. In fact, he thought of it almost instantly to the point it made the original premise far easier to accept. This ring. It was from a variant zone. The only questions that were remaining was if this ring was from the Valiant Heart variant zone or another. And how the hell had Senior Liu of all people gotten his hands on it? Chapter 721. Lionel didn't have an answer to his question. And, unsurprisingly, neither did the dictionary. But, Lionel didn't mind. Even if this ring led to a dead end, he could still accept it. Lionel knew that variant zones only appeared when a world was on the verge of collapse. According to Kayla, Valiant Heart managed to use a treasure they earned participating in the Morales family's air wars to maintain this zone and continuously benefit from it. Other than these facts, everything else was too variable to make any conclusions on. So, Lionel didn't waste any brain power on things he knew he didn't have enough knowledge to reach a logical conclusion with. Instead, Lionel stood and began to make his way to Valiant Hall. "Hello, I'd like to take a look at the training rooms you have available." Lionel soon found himself on the second floor of Valiant Hall once again. In fact, he could even see some black belts getting ready to take their own exams, and the receptionist he spoke to was the very same dead-eyed man whose disposition hadn't changed a single bit. Without a word, the man pushed a booklet to Lionel. With a quick look, Lionel realized that the training rooms of Valiant Hall were different from the ones you might find on Hero Peak. Rather than having specialized rooms, Valiant Hall had their training rooms separated into grades. The grades decided the intensity of the setting within the room, or more accurately, the range the settings could be used within. Though Valiant Hall was less specialized, and also more expensive to use, it made up for it in convenience. For the current Lionel, they were actually quite perfect. "I'll take the S-grade training room, then," Lionel decided. There were 3 grades below this. And, unfortunately, the grades above this all require elder or equivalent status. So, this was the best Lionel could do. The receptionist looked at Lionel. The prices were very detailed, so he didn't believe that Lionel hadn't seen them. A single day cost 1,000 merit points, and that was only if you used the simplest functions of the room like weight training or target practice. If you planned on using anything more special than that, the points would quickly rack up. Yet, Lionel hadn't hesitated. It seemed that this receptionist with a dead look was quite the recluse. There were very few who didn't know of Lionel's wealth by now. It was almost amusing that he was surprised. Lionel took a deep breath, standing at the very center of a spacious room. The S-grade training room looked almost identical to the exam room. It, too, was constructed of large meter-long and wide tiles, each of which was a perfect in-between for white and black. And, it also happened to be in the shape of a perfect cube. The only difference aesthetically was that the S-grade training room was 100 cubic meters large while the exam room was only 20. Lionel waved his hand forward in a command gesture. Without much lag, a hovering control panel appeared before him, filling his eyes with fascinated lights. He was once again certain that this level of force crafting was beyond Valiant Heart. But, now that he knew that these things came from the variant zone, it was all easier to accept. First things first, I need to work on my Daoist flexibility. Let's see, Lionel had already decided on this long ago. Having a metal body was great, but he had noticed during his run-in with the Oryx that his body movements were growing stiff. If things continued like this, his lineage factors would end up restraining one another rather than complementing each other. His snowy star owl lineage factor should have given him great speed. But, if his joints became a rate-limiting factor, then what good would that do him? The good news was that there should be a solution to this. The Morales clan's metal body, a lineage factor they relied upon to reach the top of the dimensional verse, wouldn't have such a glaring weakness. At least not so early, anyway. The bad news, though, was that while Lionel's father had left him any and all techniques he would ever need with regard to force crafting, when it came to matters of actual combat, he abandoned his son completely. Lionel could almost imagine his father cackling somewhere far off in the universe, his feet up on a table and a grin on his face, watching his only son struggle. Why his father had done this, Lionel had no idea. But, if there was anything his father was good at, it was being really stubborn about arbitrarily drawn lines. If he wasn't like that, Lionel probably wouldn't have spent his whole life thinking that his mother had abandoned them. Lionel still had a shred of luck left, though. At the very least, the dictionary didn't leave him hanging this time. Dealing with the stiffness of his body was all about taking a preemptive approach. The immediate aftermath of a breakthrough in metal body would leave the metal essence he had absorbed in a very malleable state. While it was like this, it was the best time to lay the foundation for a more flexible body. Thankfully, Lionel realized this issue early on, or else he might have great problems to deal with later down the line. Not wasting any more time, Lionel opened the technique library. This was a second benefit of using a training room in Valiant Hall. Members of Valiant Hall had access to the techniques of all peaks as long as they paid for it with merit points. Though the price here was more expensive than if Lionel went to each individual peak. It was once again matchless in convenience. Lionel soon found what he was looking for. And, not long later, he used the help of the dictionary to decide what the best choice was. However, his face couldn't help but twist when he realized what it was. He really wanted to cry tears but had none to shed. His hand hovered above the screen, twitching. 108 Rising Suns. Chapter 722. Lionel closed his eyes as he pressed the accept prompt. He felt as though he was losing a portion of his innocence forever. No matter what, he couldn't let Aina know about this, or he wouldn't ever be able to live it down. Everything only got worse after the technique was projected to Lionel. As one might expect, 108 Rising Suns had exactly 108 positions, all curated to ensure that a sun did indeed rise. The issue with all of this was that Lionel would have to be the one to complete all of them. Fuck it. It's not like there's anyone here to see this anyway. So, Lionel began. With the help of the training room, not only was the technique projected to him, but there was even a live model to follow. At the very least, watching the model going into such poses was far better than watching Lionel himself do it. The poses began innocent enough. The first few were nothing but normal stretches. What was special about them would be the fashion by which force was circulated and used to supplement these positions. Due to this special use of force, Lionel found himself sweating just by trying to touch his toes or twist his back. Things only got progressively worse from there. By the end of it, Lionel was folded into a pretzel, his ass sticking up high into the air and his face flushed completely red, soaked through completely with sweat. The good news was that by the time he got to pose 108, he was far too tired to even consider how embarrassing his poses were. The bad news, however, was more of the same. He might have to kill anyone who saw him like this. Lionel collapsed into a starfish position, his lungs gasping for breath. How could he have ever thought that an exercise created for the sake of sex would be so grueling? Was sex this demanding? Lionel shivered. At that moment, Lionel realized something quite uncomfortable. He looked below only to see that a certain rod was standing completely at attention. Damn it. It seemed that the use of force wasn't so innocent after all. This damned exercise was meant to stimulate him like this? Lionel looked up at the ceiling, his dick throbbing and no Aina in sight. It was then that he realized, according to the dictionary, he had to do this twice a day for at least a month to get the lasting results he wanted. In fact, he would have to maintain this regimen for as long as he was in the fourth dimension, as he would likely have to find another for the fifth. Is this what they meant by absolute power corrupts absolutely? I haven't even gotten to absolute power yet, though. Several dozen minutes later, Lionel's loins finally managed to calm their fire. Of course, a harsh and cold shower helped volumes with this. Luckily, this training room also had this available. After Lionel was finished, he ordered a meal and practically inhaled it all before getting back to his training. Now that this flexibility nonsense is out of the way for now, we can focus on what really matters. Lionel was quite excited for this. He felt that his body was lighter and more powerful and explosive than it had ever been. And that was just after one round of 108 Rising Suns. Now, he was ready to put it into use. There were a few things Lionel wanted to do. For one, his spearmanship was far too basic. As of now, all of Lionel's attacks were of the simplest variety that might be taught to a child who had just entered a dojo. The only spear technique he had was Call of the Wind, but that was technically a modified archery technique. Ironically, he never used it with his bow. By now, Call of the Wind was too weak for Lionel to use in battle, so he never did. It was more worth it to use simple and straightforward attacks. But now, he finally had the time and the funds to use real techniques. The truth was that Call of the Wind wasn't weak. It had be a C-grade reward, which made it about a tier 3 or 4 technique. Lionel could use it effectively even now. The main issue was that after modifying it into a spear technique, it became even weaker than that. And Lionel had a poor wind elemental affinity without Little Blackstar by his side, so he found it to be more of a hindrance than anything to his marksmanship. What Lionel wanted to do now was clear, then. He wanted to look for a few spear techniques that would suit him and give him more powerful explosive strength. After he did this, he definitely needed to find a few bow techniques that suited him as well. As of now, he was only using the things he learned from Merlin's trial. And, though they were good and quite many in number, they ultimately lacked the one-hit strength Lionel was looking for. If not for this, he wouldn't have been forced to run from the Oryx. Beyond this, Lionel would throw his focus into creating new mage arts around his metal body and mage core synergy. As for things like movement techniques, Lionel already had one he was very fond of and suited him perfectly. Even up to now, he still hadn't unearthed all of its potential. The final things Lionel thought he might as well look into would be styles and, maybe most importantly of all, Lionel wanted to see if Valiant Heart had any more resources that might help him understand how to utilize his dream force just that much better. As much as he seemed to despise Valiant Heart, if not for them, he would still be using normal soul force as opposed to the much more powerful dream force. Lionel felt it was about time he see through to the true potential of his dream force. With that thought, Lionel opened up a panel of spear techniques. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.